What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Happy Thursday, everybody. Off the rails Thursday. That's what I'm talking about. Feeling good, feeling great. Just living, man. Trying to stay warm, get prepared for this freeze and shit. If you are in Texas, ATX, sure you got PTSD from what happened 5 years ago. A lot of y'all know that we were at the other place, me, BK, a couple other guys, and it was like we were stranded there doing the radio show. And part of it was cool, part of it wasn't. So, yeah, I'm just, it ain't going to be as bad, hopefully, but hey, we bracing ourselves. But till then, hey, we got your jam-packed show today. Gotta discuss the Kentucky game last night. Just another wasted opportunity for this Longhorn basketball team. And Sean Miller, he was on one yesterday after the game during the presser. Definitely got to play that clip because it is flat out hilarious. Longhorn still making moves in the transfer portal. It's funny because yesterday we were talking about KJ Lacey and talking about them feeling good about him being QB2 because they haven't got nobody. And then they get somebody. And to discuss all that, I see my man in the waiting room, the great Chip Brown.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy to spend some time with us. Apologies, I just got back from the doctor. I have scheduled the knee replacement.
Oh,
it's happening. And I'm kind of excited about it all of a sudden.
Okay, good.
Because the doctor was like, yeah, you're not going to have that pain. You're not going to have that constant pain going up the stairs, going down the stairs, getting into bed, getting out of bed, let alone playing 2.5-hour tennis matches. I said, really? No pain? No pain. It's going to feel different, but it's not going to be painful.
That's what I love to hear, man.
So I said, let's go. Then they took about $600 from me. And I knew I was at the doctor's office. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's good to be a doctor.
Yeah, they do well.
It is good to be a doctor. But, yeah, CB, Chip is going to be bedridden. I'm going to be doing the show from my medicated Barca lounger. March 6th.
March 6th. Dang, we both going to be out that day. That's when your boy goes to London.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Well, BK will make it work for us.
Yeah, BK will make it work for us. I'll do the show. I think. But that's a Friday. So, we'll make it work.
So what's the rehabbing process like? Because my mom and dad both had knee surgeries. Hell, my mom, he had both knee surgeries, like both legs.
Both knees replaced?
Both knees replaced. My pops had one replaced, and they both feel great. My mom's moving around very well and stuff. So I'm all for getting that knee replaced and getting that surgery when it's time, because these doctors, they do a good job.
So your parents are both happy.
Yeah.
Happier than they were.
They're both my dad, and my mom, the way that they attacked physical therapy, like it's not normal. Like they were meant for each other because they attacked it like they were preparing for a upcoming season, trying to get back and ready. I'm like, y'all got retirement. Y'all are retired. Like, why are we training so hard? But that's just their mentality. I marvel them for it, because you got to attack physical therapy like that to just get back right. But also the exercises and workouts they were doing just so they don't have to walk with a limp. It was serious.
Oh, yeah. It's serious. They don't mess around.
Yeah.
I mean, let me show you Let me show you a picture of what this knee is gonna look like.
I gotta see any blood or anything like that.
No, you don't. No, you're
Yeah,
good.
sure. Because,
but this is what that's what my new knee is gonna be.
what was it before? That's what I want. I need to see comparison because this is just, I don't know what I'm looking at. I gotta see like what it is now compared to what it's going to be.
So that's bone on bone right there.
That ain't good.
So yeah, it's all crunched down together.
What was the one like? Did this just happen over time, or was there like a certain moment where you're like, uh-oh?
Over time.
It was just over time. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I always.
You don't miss many matches. You're constantly working on your game, dog.
I know.
Not gonna lie.
I told Elbel, hey, I'm gonna come back bigger, better, faster, stronger.
Yeah, because she's tired of carrying you straight up. She loves you, so she won't tell you. I'm gonna have to keep it real with you because I love you too. So I'll be the one. She's carrying you, dog. She's been carrying you for a while, and you know that deep down. And ain't nothing to be wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong being Scotty.
She told me you wanna be the champ, you gotta marry the champ. One of the best lines of our relationship. You want to be the champ, you got to marry the champ. And sure enough, we got married. She ditched her old mixed doubles partner. And now we're the champs.
Whoa. Was he better than you? Who was better?
Me.
Obviously, you were better.
Yeah.
Because I know you're better in other ways, but I'm just talking about on the court. Because, you're going to be out for a while.
Be out for a minute.
It's
all right.
Would you be salty if, I don't know who it was, the old mixed doubles partner. But
I'll be back in time for the mixed doubles championship. That's why I'm doing this surgery in March. So that I'll be back for the mixed doubles championship in the fall.
Would you be jealous if she went back? Why you make that face?
Because I don't.
Would you be jealous?
No.
If she was like, since you're out,
if I'm out,
the face says otherwise.
If I'm out, then she's got clearance to,
Yeah, it ain't cheating.
Right.
She ain't cheating. Ain't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you want her to stay on top of her game.
Right.
That's all. That's
Good
right. For you. Good for you for being that secure. A lot of men wouldn't be like you. They couldn't do it. They'd have to be like, nah, that ain't happening. Like, you're secure with yourself where you let her go out and find another partner until you get back right. And I'm sure that gives you that added motivation. She come back like, man, what a match today. We killed, babe.
Look at you. Getting his big spoon out. Stirring that pot.
We dominated today. I've never played like that in my life. I love you, dog. I'm glad you're getting that knee right, man. I'm glad you're getting that knee right.
Oh yeah. Appreciate it, Soul Scream.
Yeah.
Sending me some good vibes. All right, you getting ready for this freeze?
Yeah, man. Haven't been to HEB, CB. We got our curbside order tomorrow. I feel like they're going to be out of everything. So I'm preparing myself for that. All I need is, I'm talking to my pops, like all I need is some turkey, cheese, and bread. Only going to be a few days. Yeah, it's only going to be a few days. This ain't going to be like weeks.
Turkey, cheese, and bread and mustard?
Yeah, for a couple of days.
Not mayo.
Nah, not a mayo guy.
Yeah.
Not a mayo guy.
Oh, man. Sean used to put mayo on his hot dogs, his
I know how he
fries. I was like, dude,
yeah.
enough.
Yeah, he was wilding a little bit.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I respect it. I'm a condiment guy. I respect not every condiment, but you know,
Oh, yeah.
I have something, a little something, something.
Yeah.
Yeah, mustard, spicy mustard.
Like on my cheeseburger, I just want mustard, ketchup, and pickle.
That's it. No lettuce, no tomato.
Just mustard, ketchup, pickle.
Okay.
That's just me. That's just me.
No, I don't knock anybody's preference when it comes to food. Like, pay a lot of money to eat, so you should have it exactly how you want it.
Now,
You know,
if it's a specialty burger, if I'm going to Cover 3 to get the Chop House burger, I'm going to roll, with how it's coming. If I get the barbecue bacon burger, then it's going to have some barbecue and some bacon, and it's all good. Like if you go to Hop Dottie, you're going to roll with what they're, you get the Wild Bill, that buffalo. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not the only way I'll eat a burger, but like if I'm just going fast food, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
How about you? You like it all?
No tomatoes, no mayo. Everything else, I'm good with. No pickle. No pickle.
No.
Hell no. No.
Yeah.
Pickle will ruin everything. Not on my sandwich. I'm not a pickle guy. I think it's really dill. It's the dill pickle. Give me the sweet and spicy pickle. That hits. If that was the main pickle, not dill, the sour, y'all can miss me with that. It'll ruin a burger and a chicken sandwich in a heartbeat. But that spicy, sweet pickle, crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I heard you talking a little bit about MJ Morris, the new quarterback at Texas, backup quarterback, insurance policy quarterback.
Insurance policy quarterback.
MJ Morris from Coastal Carolina via NC State and Maryland. Steve Sarkisian likes to have 4 quarterbacks. So MJ Morris, who's coming in as a rising senior, he's got some, we got some game experience.
Yeah, like, and kudos to Matthew Cardwell. Like, he was clearly needed last year with a couple of those big throws that he made. Obviously, the one at Mississippi State over the shoulder to Emmett Mosley the fifth. That, as good as Arch Manning was, that might have been a throw of the year for Texas, low key. But it's interesting that these guys, like Matthew Caldwell, now like a MJ Morris, are saying, yeah, we're just good being the backup. Like, we know for a fact that we have zero shot at competing for that QB1 job. Zero shot. Like, they ain't even going to attempt that. Because like you have zero shot. Like, that's like Sark is letting you know, hey, you know who our QB1 is. Don't think you're ever going to be like, you might have a good day. He could have the worst practice in the world, and you could look like Brady 07. We don't give a flying F. You have zero chance of taking his spot. And guys like Matthew Caldwell and MJ Morris are like, bet. Cool. I'm with it. Like, all right. Good for those guys. And MJ Morris, again, we were talking about KJ Lacey yesterday, and this doesn't mean KJ Lacey still can't be QB2, but he's in the battle for that. That's clear. Like, he's in the battle for it. So that's makes things a little spicy because I think they're still really high on KJ Lacey. You saw him beat out Trey Owens for that QB3 spot. We were high on Trey Owens till we weren't. So, yeah, keep that hunger in KJ Lacey. I know he feels Diabell over his shoulder, breathing hard. Sound like he got asthma. That's how close he is. Like KJ Lacey feels that. He feels
He's
that
wheezing?
pressure. Yeah, he wheezes. That's like, damn, bro. Like KJ Lacey, you don't have much room to slip up, bro. You don't. So, as any coach should, you don't get opportunities. You got to capitalize on them. And bringing in MJ Morris, this can ignite a fire at KJ Lacey where you're like, okay, this is disrespectful. Who is this guy? I am not Trey Owens. I understand last year why y'all brought in Matthew Caldwell. I'm a freshman, but now, shoons. God forbid if Arch goes out, I want to be that dude y'all call on to win you a couple of games. So Diabell better wait his turn because I'm going to be that dude for 2027 too. I'm sure KJ Lacey's thinking these things.
Nobody's waiting their turn. Everybody's got to prepare like the starter because you never know.
Yeah.
You never know. Cardale Jones was never supposed to play for Ohio State in 2014. And guess what? He was the dude on the field when they won the ring. So you just got to keep grinding.
Yeah.
And grinding and grinding, which is something that Texas basketball needs to do without fouling. So we'll come back to football in just a second. But we need to play this clip as much as possible today because this is the funniest thing I've ever heard a coach say after a game. So we know Sean Miller has talked about we got to play defense without fouling. And we're all watching that game last night, and it's foul after foul, 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 foul. Kentucky's in the bonus, 10 minutes left in the game. They go to the line 35 times. And Texas loses 85-80. They cut an 11-point deficit down to 2. And then in a play that was symptomatic of Texas's whole night, freaking old, what's his name? Drevel Adelwood or Aberdeen gets Matis on an up fake. Matis goes flying into him. Foul. And he goes to the line. He makes both, and they're up 4, and Texas can never get any closer than 3.
You're 7 foot.
You're 7 foot. Just stand there.
Just stand there. Put your hands up. You're 7 foot. Now you're like 7'7".
And he just leans into you, draws the foul. It's like, oh my God. And
this is why I get upset with like people who hate on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for constantly drawing contact and getting to the line. And people hate on the refs for calling it. When I'm over here like, guys, these dudes are jumping into him. You got to understand who you're playing against. You got to force him to just be a jump shooter all game. Once he gets into the lane, he's going to be looking for contact. And if your hand is out or anywhere where it's not supposed to be, that's not just straight up, he's going to find a way to manipulate the situation where a foul's going to be drawn. And you know what? It's a copycat league. So guys like Aberdeen, I'm sure if you're a good coach and you have somebody that has a similar stature, even though they might not be as skilled, that's what we've all done. We've all looked at different players. If you're an athlete that you've grown up and you've seen guys succeed, you go out and you practice the dirt fadeaway. You practice the Allen Iverson crossover or Tim Hardaway crossover to work on your game. If you're a big, you practice on jump hooks and stuff. Now the game has changed. Guys are practicing on their three-point shot because of Steph Curry. Guys are practicing foul baiting because of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So that play, that was a genius play. Shot clock's going down. Aberdeen's like, yeah, Mathis, he's not a very smart player sometimes, especially when he's tired. let me just go draw this foul. And that's exactly what happened. It's tough. It's absolutely tough, man. Sean Miller. Yeah. So do you want to play the video? Because the video's like around 2 minutes. Or you just want to play the clip, which we got just the audio?
We can just play the audio.
Okay.
So this is Sean Miller post-game last night after an 85-80 loss at Kentucky, in which Texas sent Kentucky to the line 35 times. Kentucky hit 30. Texas, by the way, went to the line 20 times, hit 18. Nice job. But the other team made more free throws than you attempted. We know that's a bad recipe. Here is Sean Miller.
Game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We'll foul a three-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. Tonight, we lost. Kentucky was 30 for 35 from the line. It's hard to win an SEC road game when the home team is 30 for 35 from the line. I'm not messing around like the officiating. Officiating was fine. It was called the right way. We fouled. 2 of the last fouls in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, one at half court, and one like under 5 seconds where he just stay down, and if he makes the shot, he makes it. We have to be able to play defense without fouling. I mean, if we did a better job of playing, not just in this game, but in some others, of not fouling, we would have a couple more wins under our belt because we're not that far off. What our team, and this is a Texas problem, has is...
Yeah. We'll foul the living shit out of you.
Yeah. You know...
We'll foul you however you want to get fouled. We'll reach. We'll foul 3-point shooters. We'll bite on every up fake. We will foul the living shit out of you. That was funny.
No, it's hilarious.
Sad, but funny. And the best quote of the year so far. It's only January 22nd, but still.
Yeah, and he's had some quotes, man. He's had some. We'll talk about it more later. But.
Yeah, because LT, Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator at lanceslock.com, a diehard Rams fan who is headed to Seattle this weekend. Work trip.
Business trip, fellas.
Business trip. I heard you played the Sean Miller quote on your show today.
It was one of the best. I said it, and I really believe it's the best soundbite we've had in 26. I know it's early; it's only 22 days in, but it just absolutely killed me. Absolutely loved it. I brought up Bert Kreischer. I don't know if you've ever seen. He's doing one of these conversations on Barstool, and he gets into how he's never going to give up drinking, and he talks about drinks on flights and brunch, and he didn't mean it to go viral, but it was almost like the same context, or the same delivery and pacing, but completely different when we're talking about fouling and talking about drinking. But Sean Miller, that was unbelievable.
We will foul you however you want it. 3-pointer, we'll reach in, we'll bite on up fakes. Oh, it was classic. Well, LT, you're the center of the universe because of the dude at Alabama basketball who was at Alabama, went pro, played in the G League, and now is like, you know what? I want to go back to Alabama. And it sounds like he's playing Saturday against Tennessee.
Everyone I've talked to says Charles Bediako will play. I got word of this a week ago yesterday, and I was like, there's no way. Like, the guy hasn't played in 3 years. That was the last time he was active. Yeah, like, it's insane. And he is a fully grown 24-year-old man that has been playing in the G League. Look, I don't blame Bediako when you're making $40,000 in the G League. It's no telling what Alabama paid him to come back and play what is now an abbreviated season. But outside of Aiden Sherrill, they don't have a rim protector. They don't have another big. Bediako's a legit 7 feet. He's a guy that blocked 2 shots a game. He was only like 6 and 6, 6.6 rebounds. He's not going to give you much offensively, but what he can do defensively to eat up some of those minutes, this is exactly what Alabama needs, because Alabama's got, borderline elite backcourt when you look at Philon and you look at Holloway. And now you throw Bediako, again, a man that's been playing in the G League for a couple of years. This could be legitimately, when you look at right now the way Arizona's playing, and you throw Michigan in there, obviously Nebraska's undefeated, this could be the difference in Alabama getting out of the first weekend and Alabama making a run in the NCAA tournament. I think it's that pivotal, it's that big for Nate Oates, and obviously that's why he's willing to roll the dice on this, because there is a chance that Bediako at some point will be ruled ineligible. Mark Pope, Kentucky's head coach, I'm sure you guys saw this post game after the Texas loss last night, was kind of, walking on eggshells, not saying any names, but basically common sense needs to prevail. And at the end of the day, the NCAA, they invite the 68 teams to the tournament. And if they wanted to, I guess they could make a point on certain teams. And I think he was alluding to Alabama. But I think with Alabama opening Pandora's box here, I think any and every coach out there will look for the competitive advantage and the loophole that is maybe bringing somebody back and paying them a good 6 figures to come in and go down the stretch run. Why would you not, now that it's been opened up?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's got a guy, Jelavic, Andrija Jelavic, Mark Pope does, who played pro ball overseas.
But there's a difference, Chip. You can play pro ball overseas. You just can't play with any association here in the States. I mean, look, it's semantics. We're all hypocritical. Like, I can do it my way because that's been okayed. Well, I mean, technically, this has been okayed from a local Tuscaloosa judge. I find that comical because I said this earlier, with the money that's being thrown around, and I know a judge has never been paid off in the history of our country. But how easy would it be to be like, we got to get this guy eligible, file the injunction. We've got a duffel bag in your local men's health club full of $100,000. I'm being cynical here, but like, legitimately, this kind of stuff can happen and probably will happen.
Yeah.
It's nuts. It's nuts. All right, Lance. Indiana, unforgettable season, legendary season, never seen it before. The fan base has every right to be as excited as they are. Your thoughts on the national championship game and just Indiana as a whole?
Yeah, I'm glad they finished it off, Zay. I had Miami plus the points. I had the under. I'm transparent with you guys. I split. Under lost by a half point. It was really that late penalty by Indiana that went from a 2nd and 1 to a 2nd and 6, and they ended up kicking the field goal there. But I did not want Miami to score there because, I like seeing things we've never seen before. And the first time national champion since Florida in 1996, and to be able to have a perfect 16-0 and for it to be Indiana. I like Mendoza. He seems like a one-in-a-lifetime kid the way he's wired. And it was a good game. We don't get a lot of great national championship matchups. We don't get a lot of great college football playoff matchups. I mean, realistically, there were 3 really good games and 4, if you call Oklahoma, Alabama with Alabama's comeback a good game. But, Ole Miss, Georgia, Ole Miss, Miami, and then, Miami and Indiana, the national championship, that was it. But I love the game. I loved how it played out. And I love the fact that we doubted Indiana from last year, going 11-1 and getting in a college football playoff, to this year. Now we're doubting Indiana moving forward. People are like, Cignetti can't do this again. And I'm like, why can't he do it again? Now he's got Mark Cuban behind him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you look at Cignetti. He said it in his next morning press conference. He said, I should just retire right now. That would be a heck of a movie. And in a lot of ways, I mean, he's 64. And then he said, I need the money. But, I mean, he doesn't need the money. And there's nowhere to go but down from this story, LT. I mean, but if you love it, you're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is a guy that was the lowest paid staff member under Saban in Tuscaloosa back in 07, 08. And I think he was making $170,000, which is a good living. He never thought he was going to make this kind of money. He went to IUPUI, would make it 200 grand and never thought in a million years he would make this kind of money. Now he's 14 million with incentives next year. So he realistically could shut it down. I think the problem is once you get a little taste of that and you start spending a little bit, I don't know about you guys. The more money I've made, I'm always like at the same spot. It doesn't matter. I might have some nicer things, but it's like the money goes just as fast as it did when I didn't really have any money. So I'm sure Mrs. Signetti loves those paychecks that are coming in. So, and he's gotten a taste of fame, man. Google saluted him today. Chipotle's doing a bowl for Kirk Signetti. So, even if you don't have an ego, everybody's got a little bit of an ego, and he probably is loving the spotlight a little bit, as weird as he is. And it's just an incredible story. And what's crazy is DraftKings, as of yesterday, had them along with Ohio State, the shortest odds to win the national championship next year at 7-1.
Wow. Now, Miami, obviously, they fought hard. Carson Beck, everybody's going to remember the late interception. Nobody's going to remember how they got there and how good he was up to that point. But now, Mario Cristobal, you have confidence that they could possibly get back again and stay relevant. Do you think that could happen for Miami, and how good do you think they could be next year?
Well, I used to always slight Cristobal, and I'm not the biggest Cristobal fan. We've seen him on game days make some really head-scratching decisions, and his teams aren't the most disciplined. And again, they were -1 in turnovers. They had 7 penalties, and a couple of those were massive factors. The special teams breakdown on the punt block for a touchdown. So I was one of those in the camp that he's never going to win a national championship. I actually think they're going to get an improvement at quarterback next year. I don't want to take any shots at Carson Beck because so experienced, and the guy, all he did really was win games. But I think Darian Mensah is obviously more in the Cam Ward mold, and I think Mensah is a better overall quarterback at this level. So I think, if that lawsuit gets cleared up with Duke, I think they get an upgrade there. And Malachi Toney coming back. I mean, Jeremiah Smith's probably your best player, I guess. I don't know, man. Toney made the game look easy this year. And I just can't even imagine with better quarterback play and another year under his belt how good that guy's going to be. They're going to lose a lot up front defensively, obviously, with Bain and Mesidor going to the NFL. But, I mean, they've got their collective dialed in, and they've got a lot of resources. And if you're one of these guys that contributed on Miami's collective, you got to be super excited about where you were last year. So, we're a step away. So I would think it's going to be a lot easier to get them to contribute this year. So he's got all the resources in the world. We did our way too early top 12 college football playoff for next year. And all three of us had Miami in the top 12. I mean, it's hard not to.
Do you have Texas in there?
Oh yeah. That Texas number 1. And I'm going to ask this question on the show tomorrow. And I think it's a legitimate question. Like, who's got more pressure next year? Like, is it Steve Sarkisian? Is it Dan Lanning? Is it Lane Kiffin? Is it Kalen DeBoer? Like, you can make the argument Sark's got the most pressure of anyone. When you got Arch coming back, you had the expectations last year. You didn't even make a college football playoff this year. Texas A&M in year 2 under Mike Elko did. Texas Tech made it under Joey McGuire. So, it's easy to make the argument the most pressure cook job next year is Steve Sarkisian in Texas. But I think Texas can be really good. Just the way the end of the season, way Manning was playing, and we talked last week about Cam Coleman, that addition. I think that's massive.
Yeah. What Trinidad Chambliss, he'll probably win his lawsuit. He's got a judge right there in Oxford, Mississippi, who's put down an injunction. How good is Ole Miss going to be next year?
I did not have them in the top 12, and I think it is a very interesting question because I've seen a lot of people have them in the top 12, and I would assume everybody that has them in that spot thinks Trinidad is going to get cleared to play. I kind of equate this to, somebody doing something on pure adrenaline. That's kind of what Ole Miss did, at least in my opinion, once they got to the postseason. It was a really good team, and I just didn't think they were a great team. But, man, once they got to the postseason, they really played extremely well, and I think it was just galvanized, another motivating factor, Lane Kiffin taking off. I just don't know if Pete Golding is going to be able to do it at that high level. We shall see. I think Chambliss is going to be fantastic if he comes back, but I'm not sold that Ole Miss is going to be able to do it in back-to-back years.
Yeah. How are the Alabama folks feeling about Nick Brooks? Obviously, y'all got him from Texas in the transfer portal. He was playing out of position for Texas, came in as a tackle. They put him at left guard, and that was a complete disaster. And clearly, Texas didn't do enough to try to keep him back, or he didn't want to stay. Either way, now he's in Tuscaloosa. Your thoughts on Nick Brooks?
Well, I honestly don't know like how much upside this kid's got. Obviously, if he's on scholarship there is a lot there. I will tell you, Alabama's got 3 or 4 offensive linemen from the portal now, and I think Alabama fans are like, as much as we can get, inexperienced or not. The offensive line was a mess. It was so inconsistent last year. They obviously couldn't run the football. Caden Proctor, just based on size, is going to be a first-round guy. You lose one of the best centers in college football in Parker Brailsford. So they're, obviously running back's a question mark. You can easily fix that. The offensive line is the biggest question mark. Alabama's defense could be really good next year. You just assume whether it's Austin Mack or Keelan Russell, quarterback position is going to be fine with Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb running the offense. But the offensive line is the big question mark. So we'll see what kind of a factor he can be.
So you are headed to the airport to get to Seattle. Is that right?
That's right. I will, with this winter storm, I don't know if it's hit you guys or not, but
not yet.
It's on its way here. And Delta was like, hey, if you need to cancel or change flights, we can accommodate. And just to not roll the dice, we were scheduled to fly out tomorrow, but we just decided to move it up a day early. Why not? I've never been to Seattle, so I'm excited about going out there and just checking out the landscape. And obviously Lumen Field, we had Dan Orlowski on today, and I said, in the moment, everybody's going to be like, this is the loudest venue or that's the loudest venue. And he's like, trust me, man, you can't hear yourself think. We used to, when we would go into Seattle to play, they would tape the ear hole up just to kill some of the noise there. He's like, it is next level, like nothing you've ever heard before. And so I've heard that from multiple people. And I think, the proof is kind of in the pudding when you look at most false starts by opposing teams year in, year out. It is Seattle. So I'm excited about not only going to the city, but Lumen Field and that experience with, in my opinion, the 2 best teams on the planet right now with the Rams and the Seahawks, and how those first 2 matchups went down to the final play, literally the final play on both, a missed kick by Jason Myers in the game in SoFi, and then the 2-point conversion by Seattle to win it in overtime just a month ago. So it should be a lot of fun.
I mean, ridiculous. Those 2 games decided by 3 points. The line is Seattle minus 2.5. LT, of course, you're taking the Rams, right?
Well, I will say this. In the first meeting, I had the Seahawks. In the second meeting, I had the Seahawks, but they didn't cover. I had them minus 1.5. They won by 1. I like this matchup based on this. Sam Darnold, in the last 376 days, has played the Rams 3 times, going back to the Minnesota Vikings in the wild card round, that game they played because of the wildfires in Glendale, Arizona. He was sacked 9 times in that game, threw a pick. Second matchup in SoFi this year, 4 picks. This last matchup, he threw another 2 picks and was sacked 5 more times. So, this Rams defense has got his number. Again, they were super competitive, though, and able to split. But I just think Sam Darnold might be the X factor here. I'm catching 2.5. I believe this is a little inflated. I think it would have been probably Seattle 1.5 again, but them beating the holy hell out of San Francisco Saturday night, I think it kind of extended this number. And look, let's be honest, the last 7 weeks, the Rams are 4-3, and the last 2 wins, they've had to pull it out of their ass against a very average Carolina team, and maybe a little bit of a year or 2 too early Chicago team.
Speaking of, what was going through your mind when Caleb Williams completed that touchdown to Cole Kmet and tied that game up?
You want to ask my girl?
What?
when the Bears hit the Hail Mary to tie it.
Oh, when we were watching?
Yeah.
What you did?
Yeah.
Do you want me to say that?
You can say it.
Oh. Punch the door.
I don't remember this, but I lost. I mean, I literally went blackout. because, initially at 4th and 4, I'm like, oh, damn, anything can happen here. But when you see right when the ball snapped, the pressure that is immediate, and all he does is take off running backwards. So at that point, it goes from 50-50 converting the 4th down to, 1% maybe, like, just getting ready to jump and celebrate. And then he just heaves it up. And then when Komet makes the catch, I'm like, there's got to be a push off, right? And they finally show the angle. And yeah, I guess I cussed and blacked out and hit a couple of things.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't handle it well. I don't. That's why I will only watch with her and my son, and that's it. I won't watch with anybody else. Now, when I go to games, and this will be the 5th time we've seen the Rams in person this year, it's a little bit different. Like, I'm not one of those that yells at other fans. I just kind of stay in my zone and I kind of do my own thing. But yeah, that was not a good moment for me at all.
Wasn't that Jalen Milroe to Isaiah Bond?
Yeah,
Gravedigger.
Yeah.
I felt like I was watching that all over again.
Yeah, but that was a terrible defensive call. A guy was fired over that. You rushed one. That was just an absolute rope that Milroe threw. I mean, at least he was like, I see Bond. That's where I'm going. We've got a play called for this. But Caleb Williams was completely out of his ass. And it's just so weird because, you had the Cam Curl pick in overtime where it was just a terrible read. Like, some of the plays he makes, just nobody else in the league can make them because of his, physical ability. But then some of the other reads he makes is just so weird. But I'm just glad they were able to escape those frigid conditions and live to play another day. And, this game is so massive because not only do I believe these two teams are the best teams, there's a chance Jarrett Stidham in his 5th NFL start can lead the Broncos to a win. I mean, look, Drake May, much like Caleb Williams, I think is a little premature on where he's going to be. He's a great quarterback, could win an MVP this year. But going on the road, by far the biggest stage he's ever played on with that Broncos defense that gets after you. If Stidham just doesn't make mistakes, they're only a 4.5-point underdog. And, the Broncos win, whether it's the Rams or the Seahawks, I mean, they're going to be more than a touchdown favorite. So, this game in Seattle is massive Sunday, obviously.
Man.
Say?
Oh, okay. So when you think about Stidham, because I've been fighting for Sam Ehlinger, and I don't know why. Like, I guess Stidham's the better looking quarterback, whatever. But you really think Stidham has a chance to win this game?
I do, based on this. Sean Payton, and I didn't know the overall record, but with backup quarterbacks in his career, he's 13-10 as a head coach. That's pretty damn good. I remember in 2019 when Breeze goes down to New Orleans, Bridgewater takes over, and Teddy Bridgewater goes 5-0 that season. I think he will game plan around Stidham. I think there's a reason they gave Stidham a 2-year, $12 million deal last March. I think they've got confidence that he is a really good quarterback that knows Sean Payton's offense. I mean, it's going to come down to the fact, RJ Harvey, can you run the football? Can you turn over May? We saw May turn it over a couple of times just 2 weeks ago in their opening round wild card weekend win. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think Stidham's going to win them the game. But if he doesn't lose them the game, Zay, I think this game's going to be really tight. Like right now, just for all your listeners and viewers, I mean, my leans are the 2 dogs in this round. I like Denver plus 4.5 right now, and I like the Rams plus the 2.5. And I'll be honest with you guys, like twofold. I kind of would rather the Rams play the Patriots because I was at Super Bowl 36 when we lost to Tom Brady in his first. I was at Super Bowl 53, the last Super Bowl I went to, when the Rams got beat 13-3. So I want a little New England revenge. And I don't know how you guys feel. If it's a Jared Stidham-led Broncos team in this Super Bowl, whether it's the Rams or the Seahawks, I don't think that's a great storyline. Just doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a competitive game with 2 weeks off.
Yeah. I know you're headed to the airport. You're close. What's the weather supposed to be like in Seattle?
This is going to be freaky for you guys. Now, I've been in LA twice. We went out for Rams Seahawks back in November, and then we went back for the Rose Bowl. And we were there for a total of 10 days. It rained every single day in Los Angeles. I'm not exaggerating. Every day. Seattle, we're going to be there 6 nights, and it's not supposed to rain one time. Like tomorrow, it's going to be sunny. It's the strangest thing in the world. Sunny with a high of like 49 and a low of 35, but it's never going to be Like the highs aren't going to be lower than 45 and the lows aren't going to be lower than 32. So it's going to be better than the weather here in Birmingham, Alabama.
You're gonna see Mount Rainier.
I can't wait to see Mount Rainier.
That's when you get a clear day in Seattle, you can see Mount Rainier and it's beautiful.
Okay, well, I'll snap a pic off and I'll shoot it over to you.
Yeah. Let me know. Well, tell everyone what's going on at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, really a lot of college basketball. We've actually got one NBA play tonight. We've got 2 college basketball plays. We will have the divisional game, sides, totals, props, everything available this weekend. Free play every day. At lanceslock.com. Monitor, jump on. You buy daily, weekly, monthly, whatever you want. It's right there at lanceslock.com.
Love it. Hey, y'all have fun. Maddie's got fans on our show now. So y'all have fun, man. I can't wait to talk to you next week.
Yeah, you too, boys. Business trip. And I hope we are talking about the Rams facing one of the 2 in the Super Bowl. And I'm super hyped up about it. Can't wait to do it. And I'll be in touch with you guys.
Just make sure you don't punch nothing. Just make sure you don't punch nothing.
I know. And as far as like, I always get worried about other fan bases because I've seen like the Jets fans. There's some Saints fans. There's some
Eagles.
Bad fan bases out there. Yeah, Eagles. And a lot of these fans like to fight. And I'm like, man, I am too old for that shit. So I heard today the Seattle Seahawks fans are the nicest fans in the NFL. So I will report back on that as well.
Yeah, you'll be in Seattle. I know you all about your gummies. Get a couple of those. You'll be good.
I got some in my front pocket. I'm about to pop my first one, Zay. I got a long flight. But yes, I will be heading to a lot of dispensaries and trying West Coast IPAs, and I can't wait to see what that culture is all about. Good and bad.
Yeah, you're gonna have a great time, man. Y'all enjoy.
Okay, boys.
See
y'all.
All right. There he is. Lance Taylor, lanceslock.com for the picks. Man, I love it. You know, he's living. He's chasing his team. If my Lions would have ever.
I knew you were going to say that.
Because L was like, should we go to San Francisco? And I'm like, no, let's go to the Super Bowl. And then they're up 17. And I'm like, oh, we should have gone. And then they lost. And I was like, I'm so glad we didn't go.
Yeah, that would have been a crash out moment for you.
Oh, that would have been
I love how this comes back to your Lions, man. That's true fandom. I really respect that and feel for you, brother.
And now old Dan Skipper, he's retiring. The offensive line takes another hit. But hey, Amon Ra says, don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, you heard him.
Everybody just chill till the next episode. So everything's going to be fine. Now, Sean Miller. Just play the first part of that clip again. The best part.
We have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We'll foul a three-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it.
Boom. There it is. That was, I mean, it was so well thought out. And he gave you all the examples. We will leave our feet on a drive. We will reach. We'll foul a three-pointer. We'll bite on the up fake. You name it. We'll foul. Yeah. But I'm sitting there watching that game last night, and I'm like, oh, my God. These guys can't stop fouling. And then they bid on every up fake. I mean, Lucina Traore and Kendall Weaver and Matis, they're all biting on every damn up fake. And that's seventh grade basketball, Zay. Every time you get a pass.
Yeah. Oh, you being nice.
just to see if they'll bite, and then you
That's-
blow by them.
That's grade school stuff.
Grade school.
Like yeah. And I have a little bit of grace for them, just a little bit, not much at all, because there's so many guys playing out of position. Like your power forward position is so bad to where Cam Heidi's out here yakking in the bathroom.
With a sick bag on the bench.
Yeah, sick bag on the bench, disgusting.
Like he's in an airplane.
Yeah. So Sean Miller's first thought isn't Nick Cody, isn't Declan Daru. It's to play Simeon Wilcher, to start him, which he was all out of whack yesterday. Simeon Wilcher has been awful these last few games. But again, I give him some grace because he's playing so out of position. Like Trayvon Mark was out of position last night because he's used to Cam Heidi being there. So now you have to guard the third biggest guy. It was before Mathis, then Cam Heidi and Dalen Swain, they'd guard the wings, and then Trayvon Mark would get on a guard, which would be a bigger matchup for him. No, instead he had to chase Owe around for a little bit, which Owe, he was killing in that first half. And then you saw, Chandler and Aberdeen, they did their thing in the second half. But so many guys are playing out of position, so they're small, which the dumb fouls, the fouling on threes, the jumping, like when you're small, you're not going to block the shot anyway. At least you should know. So going for blocks doesn't make sense. Leaving your feet on closeouts, it doesn't make sense. Just run out on them. Run out on them, close out, chop your feet. Again, grade school stuff. You don't have to jump at the ball, Jordan Pope. I get you're a good athlete, Kendall Weaver. You don't have to jump at the ball too all the time. They just do dumb things. And then Mathis with Aberdeen, you're down 2. There's 1 second on the shot clock. Stay on your feet, bro. Stay on your feet.
That was the killer.
That was it. That was the game.
2-point game.
Yeah, 2-point game right there.
Don't leave your feet.
Yeah, and the D, besides the fouling, which that was the game, they went like 7 minutes, Kentucky, without a field goal. They just kept going to the line.
Yeah, the last 5:48, they had no made field goal.
They just kept going to the free
they won.
throw line.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of plays that just scream out to me. So they were playing a little bit of zone yesterday, which is rare. But when you're playing the zone, everybody has to know where they're supposed to be. Just like when you're in man, we all have to know who our man is. So when somebody subs, one man subs out, hey, I got 13 now. I got 13. Mathis, you got 12 now. You got 12. We go switch. I got 3, simple communication, pointing, talking. We're on the free throw line. Okay, we're in zone now. Hey, I'm on left side wing. I'm at the top on the right. I'm at the top on the left. I'm in the middle. That's Mathis. I'm on bottom wing. I'm on bottom right. We're playing a 2-3 zone, bottom right. You just got to talk it out. It's 71-65. Texas hits the free throw to make it 65. Somehow they're going back on the zone. Kendall Weaver and Dalen Swain are on the same side. Same side. And then somehow, some way, of course, they leave the best shooter wide open. Colin Chandler. He's in the corner on the left side. Nobody's on the left because we got to be on the right. Wide open. Bottom. Then they get a steal somehow. And Colin Chandler, which white boy got hops. He got up there. He threw that thing down 2 hands. They call a timeout. It goes from being a 6-point game to a 12-point game like that, or 11-point game, just like that. 2 just dumb plays in a row.
What do you think of the Wilcher foul that became a flagrant?
Yeah, they're going to call that.
Why don't touch them? Just let them have the bucket. You're way behind. You got no shot. Just give up the bucket and take your medicine. It's like CJ Stroud. Just take the sack. You see the guy coming, just eat the ball.
Because he got his shot blocked, and it was embarrassing. It was a bad stuff. Like when they palmed the ball so bad, where they just like, they don't even block it where it's in the air. They just palm it and it just kind of, the ball goes down and they just kind of take it from you. It's like a block/steal. It's a very embarrassing thing if it happens to you. You feel really emasculated when something like that happens, to where you're like, I got to get this back. I have to. And I'm kind of enraged right now because I'm playing like shit. So that's where that foul came from. And he's been bad, man. Like now you can't go to 7-man rotation. Like because now you can't really play Simeon Wilcher, which I'm still confused on. If Cam Heidi's that, like, is Declan DeRue and Nick Cody that bad?
Well, you said it. He's trying to space the floor. He doesn't want it getting it all congested because Dalen Swain needs room to work. And Dalen Swain was fantastic last night.
Yeah.
Like, he was fantastic. A couple of the fouls they called on him I thought were a little questionable, but he was fantastic. Like, he's all conference good. And I thought Matas was going to be that, but Matas, like, Swain is kind of gradually going up still. Matas went up and then crashed and then up a little and then crashed. It's like they got to get Matas, he's got tools, man. Matas can be a factor, but he brings the ball down, which you just want to throw you want to go Lance, Taylor and punch some drywall. But those two, and Tremont Mark, Pope when he's on, but he's trying to space the floor, right? He doesn't have a point guard who knows how to work with Heidi. Heidi has no feel for how to get the ball or when to move. Is the ball going to move? Do I stay in the corner? Because every team can swing the ball and get it to an open man, except Texas.
Yeah. And they really missed out on Kingston Flemings, who's at Houston, the freshman. You remember, like, from San Antonio Brennan, and Texas was in his top 5. Obviously, Rodney Terry was a big part of that. But again, he's a San Antonio kid, and he said, no, I don't really want to go right down 35 where it's like an hour away. I'd rather go to Houston because I know what Kelvin Sampson does with his guards. And Kingston Flemings, I'm not surprised, but everybody else is surprised on how good he is. He's going to be a top 10 pick now. Point guard, freshman. Like, San Antonio, that's right in your backyard. And again, Houston's close too, so it's not that crazy. And Houston's a way better basketball program right now than Texas, point blank period, which sucks. That should never happen, but here we are. But still, like, we're talking about a point guard. Like, they got a freshman in that's already been developed to where he does exactly what Kelvin Sampson needs from him. And they're going to be a team that's going to be a tough out once March comes around. Like that, you got to have that type of guy. And if you don't, you got to at least have guys that can improvise enough. You know what I'm saying? Like Marcus Carr wasn't a true point guard, but Marcus Carr really started to figure stuff out. And a big reason why it happened was because he had other guys that weren't true point guards, but were just smart. Serge Jabari Rice, for example. Timmy Allen was just a smart basketball player. Not the most skilled guy, undersized for what he did, but he was very intelligent to where Timmy Allen knew where the ball should be. And then they had a go-to guy in Dylan Dessou. Like that 2023 team, Dylan Dessou doesn't get hurt, I still think that team could win it all. Like they had everything. Like even though that wasn't a pure point guard, they didn't have a pure point guard on that team. They had Tyrese Hunter. We know what Tyrese Hunter was. He was so inconsistent. He tried to be that. He wasn't that. So you have to have enough guys that could do a little bit of both. A lot of bit of both if you want to win national championships. You saw Walter Clayton Jr. for Florida last year.
Oh,
like there's just these guys, yeah, like they're trying to space the floor, but still, even even then, Declan DeRue and Nick Cody can't give you anything. Like nothing. Not even like 5 minutes each. Like that's just everybody was out of whack. Besides Dalen Swain, everybody was out of whack. Which going back to Dalen Swain, yes, he's gonna get drafted, CB. He is gonna get drafted. Some of the things that he does with the basketball, some of the moves that I saw last night. In the first half, he had a move where he's driving in the middle and the dude overcommits, tries to cut him off. He spun off him so smooth and just laid it up right over the rim, finger roll, just smooth as hell. Fast forward to the second half. He gets the ball on the wing, driving left, does a little in and out spin move, completely loses his man. Before he even really gets a chance to turn around, there's a Kentucky big there. Moreno's there. Somehow, just presence of mind with how fast-paced the game is to have these type of instincts, like this is why he's such a valuable prospect to the association. Moreno's right there, just up and under, uses the rim as protection, goes under Moreno, hits the reverse layup. It's like, wow, dude, you're insanely talented. Which that's why I will never be off the train on letting him take over as point guard. That I'll never not say that about, like, Sean Miller can't do it because you have to put some value to Jordan Pope and Simeon Wilcher with the way you're playing. But I still think you should try. I still think, like, whenever Mathis or Traore gets a rebound, Dalen Swain should be the outlet. He should be the outlet. Yeah. And sometimes he's not going to be the outlet because Pope or Mark or those other guards are going to get the rebound. And when that happens, that's when Swain can run. But if those dudes get the rebound, let's try to get it to Swain as quick as possible. And if he gets stopped at half court, let's have him take the ball out to the top and have him orchestrate the offense. Everything should be ran through him. Everything. When he's out, when you're giving him a breather, Tremont Mark. Now it's ran through you. If somehow both of those guys are out, then you could say Jordan Pope, But we know, and it should be Mathis. To your point, Chip, it should be Mathis too. But he's right here. He's just not there. He's just, he has some really good plays. He had a nice little spin move where he felt the guy. He was posted up, felt the guy on his back. He was overcommitted to the left shoulder, so he spun off the right shoulder baseline and had a nasty dunk. That's good instincts. Like, that's good ball right there. But once the game goes along and he starts to get tired and, I think his conditioning still needs a lot of work just because coming from the conference, the mid-major that he was in now to the SEC – and the minutes that he's getting and the fact that he's getting hacked all the time, he's the number one player in the nation when it comes to drawing fouls. Like, that could be a lot of wear and tear on the guy. But I think it's more of a wear and tear on his mental than it is his physical. And when guys are elbowing him and he's getting hit, like you see him a lot do this, where he thinks that a foul should be called. And after that, for a couple of plays and a couple of possessions, he's still thinking about that foul. He's still thinking about those calls instead of worrying about the next play. And in a game that's just so fast-paced like basketball, you got to get over it quick, dog. You got to get over it quick. And that's something that I think he's really struggling with.
We're going to get to CB's question about EC Itute. This girl, she means business. But real quick, Tremont Mark was minus 20 last night. And, you look at if you just looked at the box score, you'd say, okay, 12 points, 6 of 11 shooting, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, minus 20, Zay. Which means he was on the floor when the other team outscored Texas by 20.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough stat sometimes. Like, and I thought to what I said earlier, him playing out of position. Like when Simeon Wilcher's starting, he goes from the shooting guard to now the small forward. And not only does that affect your offense, but that affects your defense too. And that affects what Kentucky is going to how they're going to approach him now, because nobody's worried about Simeon Wilcher from beyond the arc. You still got to be worried about Cam Heide, even though Texas doesn't give him the ball enough, or they can't find him shots enough, a lot due to Cam Heide having flaws and a lot with the other four guys on the court having flaws too. But now he's being guarded by Owe, which Owe, this dude's preseason SEC, player of the year for a reason. Like the dude's a really good player, and I think he's going to be a steal in the NBA because if he can continue to knock down that shot, shoot the three, he looks like a typical 3-and-D guy for a solid team, kind of like what you see on the Thunder. Like he looks like you could throw him on that Thunder team and he could develop in that system and be good, in a few years or now. So being guarded by somebody like him, that's a tough matchup. And yeah, it was just one of those nights where he just couldn't get in the groove. And yeah, I don't know. Kentucky, they're solid. They're athletic. They got a lot of guys making a lot of money. And yeah, it wasn't Trayvon Mark's night, just like it wasn't for a lot of guys.
All right, we're going to get to EC Itute in just a second. But hey, how about some better health in 2026? Let's do it the Humann way. Humann with 2 N's. Their science-backed formulas developed right at the University of Texas Health Science Center. I'm going to show you the canisters, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, of the 3 supplements that I take every day, as well as the Super Beats Heart Chews. The Cardiovascular Health Daily, helping you with healthy blood flow, healthy blood pressure. You got to have good vascular health so that your arteries aren't getting clogged. The Cholesterol Health Daily, which helps accentuate the good cholesterol. Go ahead and keep taking your fish oil pills to negate the bad cholesterol. This is to accentuate the healthy cholesterol that Humann puts out, Cholesterol Health Daily. And then the Metabolic Health Daily. This is the game changer. You're going to take this with your biggest meal of the day. It's going to help you with your blood sugar so that you're not trending towards adult onset diabetes. It's going to help you with weight management. Look, if you're serious about taking care of yourself, then Humann is for you. And you're going to feel so much better. It's ridiculous. The Super Beats Heart Chews, of course. The beet-based formula, #1 recommended by cardiologists. It's going to help you support blood pressure control 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise alone. And of course, the turmeric chews, which are anti-inflammatory, so that, if you're a workout warrior, you're going to love these. You're going to take one every day. They're just like, little candies, really. But these turmeric chews, you're always fighting the pain of inflammation, and the turmeric chews are going to do that. You go to Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU, and you're going to get 20% off your first order. So load up, order several canisters of the Cholesterol Health Daily, the Metabolic Health Daily, and the Cardiovascular Health Daily, the Super Beats Heart Chews, the turmeric chews, because there's a 90-day money-back guarantee. But you're not going to want to use that. You're just going to want to keep getting more and more because your body's going to feel better. Your brain fog's going to go away. And you're going to say, Chip, thanks so much, man. Humann with 2 N's.com/TSU. Use the promo code TSU. All right, Zay. EC Itute. Sorry. EC Itute. Okay, she's 6'2" power forward from Luxembourg. She was committed to UCLA. She has flipped her commitment to Texas, and Vic is on it. He's adding to his already #1 ranked recruiting class. EC Itute, if you go watch her highlights She's played, for Luxembourg's under 16, under 18 team. She backs down from nobody. And she is a rebounding machine. She's skilled around the basket. And she is a plug and play, college ready warrior. She doesn't have crazy good point averages, but she does rebound well. And I think what she does, she's going to get rebounds and kick them out. Shooters are going to love her because she's going to get them extra shots. And when you combine Isi Tute with, Addison Bjorn, the power forward and Bree Crittenden, he's got two. I mean, he's loading up in the front court, but he also has Aaliyah Spate at point guard committed in that, 2026 class, and 4-star guard Amelia Holguin. I'm telling you what, man, he's stacking these classes. Vic is on the hunt. Vic wants to get that national title, man. He's come close. He's been to the national title game twice and lost. He's been to the Final Four last year. He's got a team to get it done this year. Let's see if they can, he's got to manage it correctly, got to keep them fresh. But man, that recruiting class he's putting together, and now you add in Isi Itute.
Yeah.
Say that. It's a fun name to say.
Yeah, Isi, she's a more physical presence, Taya Sidbury, in my opinion. I think she has that type of toughness, but I think she just has more mass and she's just more physical, so it makes her more versatile than what Sidbury could bring. And I think Sidbury is still a solid role player. I'm kind of confused why her minutes have decreased as of late, but either way, yeah, Vic, he's when it comes to these recruiting classes, he's finding girls that are long, athletic, and I think he's really realizing that he needs more shooting. It's just now these girls have hit a slump, this 2026 team, and hopefully this week off that they've had gets Arkansas on Sunday. They could get back to knocking down some outside shots, because I think that's going to be the difference maker once March comes around. When you play against these South Carolinas, LSUs, UConns, UCLAs, all those teams that I think could also win a national championship, what's going to separate you from the normal game that they're going to take you out of? They know what you like to do. They know that. Everybody knows how Vic Schaefer likes to play. So you got to be able to counter that. And the outside shooting, we saw it early in the season. That's why everything was flowing so smooth. And now that Jordan Lee's been on the slump, look at how the teams looked.
One of 18.
That's just.
And that was in a 45-point blowout. Now, if you combine the men going 2 of 18, the two teams are 3 of 36 from 3 the last 2 games.
Yeah, you force Kentucky to go 5 for 18. That's great D from 3. That's great D. Not if you go 2 for 18 yourself. Man.
Yeah, Swain was the only one. Swain was the only one who made he made the 2 3-pointers last night.
And that's
Jordan
not
Pope,
good.
Jordan Pope, who's been really good. I say it all the time. He'll shoot you into a game and he'll shoot you out of a game. He didn't have it last night. 0 of 6 from 3, 2 of 9. Yeah, but
you gotta shoot the ball, man. The game is just evolved, and if you're able to knock down the outside shot, it changes everything, because you gotta respect it. So once you start respecting it, then I can get in the lane. Then we can find our bigs, and it's not gonna be as congested in the paint, because how can it be congested when we got our defenders on the outside? Basketball's so simple. People think it's difficult. It's a simple game. It's a very, very simple game, which is why Sean Miller is losing his mind, because Texas, they make the game hard, boy. They make the game just so difficult. And it doesn't have to be. Like Kentucky, you only lost by 5, but Kentucky, they were doing a lot of just easy stuff. Okay, I'm going to come off this screen. If Texas is going to continue to play me and go over the screen, then once I come off the screen, I'm going to get you on my hip. I'm going to keep you on my hip. Look around until I get to the paint. If somebody steps up, I'll pump fake them and jump into them like we saw in that last play. If not, you're going to stay on my hip, and I'm going to get an easy layup or floater like they did basically the whole game. Like Owe, Eberdeen, and Chandler all did that at different points of the game. Those are the only 3 guys that did anything. Yeah, just those shooters. Got to have a couple.
Got to have them.
Cam Heide throwing up and stuff. Colin Chandler was sick too. They said he had like flu-like symptoms and he had a stomach virus and stuff. He gives you 18. Cam Heide on the bench yakking and stuff. Gives you 0. Donut.
For a guy who can get up and get you some putback dunks, Heide, he doesn't have quick feet.
He's the most athletic, unathletic dude I've ever seen in my life. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
He's not very sudden with his footwork, you know?
It's weird.
But you get him around the rim, he can get up there, man.
Yes, he's had some nasty dunks this year. Really nasty. And it's like, okay. And then he does stuff where it's like, man, you look like a D2 player sometimes, bro. Some plays you're like, okay, there's the D1. His jump shot, that dunk he had against Alabama where he went under the rim, that was vicious. That was so nasty.
Speaking of under the rim, Swain had a move last night.
Yeah.
Where he was, and he had to get to the other side of the rim and he got it up.
That's what I'm talking about. When he had that spin move and the dude stepped up.
Yeah. That was sweet. Kiss off the glass.
He's talented, man.
Yeah.
I know he's frustrated. I know he's looking around. He was like, yo, coach, man, I thought we came to Texas because we were supposed to get busy here. We had a better team at Xavier. Way better. That team at Xavier last year was way better than this Texas team.
I remember asking Sean Miller before the season, I'm like, Dalen Swain, like, can everything run through him? Can he do it all? And he's like, well, I'm like, yeah, he can do it all.
He can do it all.
He had me thinking it was Dylan Mitchell. I'm like, the hell no, this guy is skilled. He can handle, he can break you down. He can do it all. He is all conference good, Dalen Swain. Yeah. And he's going pro after this year.
Yeah, he gone. I'm out of here.
Okay.
And he could come back. If he goes G League, and he could come back.
Hey.
If he goes to the second round, he could be like, you know what? Once January comes around, you see Alabama, I tell the NBA, don't move me up just yet. Let's see how this goes. Come back, get a little
Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line on that whole deal. And this is what it's going to come down to, because it's the same thing that's determining Diego Pavia and who's your Trinidadi Chambliss. If you are being denied the ability to make money and you haven't made enough money in basketball and pro basketball, wherever you played in the G League or overseas, and you can make more money in college, you're going to be allowed to play in college because they can't. This is what everyone's afraid of. They're afraid of being sued by someone who's saying, you're taking away my ability to make money. Who cares if I went and tried to play pro? It didn't work out. I'm not making the kind of money I could be making playing basketball at Alabama again. So I'm going back to Alabama, and they're going to let it happen.
Yeah.
So we need to get our heads around it. If guys go pro and they can't make it to the NBA, or they can't get a good contract over in Europe, and they can make more money back in college, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we might as well just get our heads around it. Don't get mad. If Alabama has this kid playing against Tennessee on Saturday and
everything,
and he helps Alabama go to the national championship, you just say, okay, we got to find those guys that are not getting it done in the G League, who still have eligibility, who can get into school. I mean, everybody can get in. I mean, except if they're a senior and they whatever. But Robert Woodyard,
yeah.
But that's where we're at, folks.
Yeah, man. Because I don't think Dylan DeSue, I don't think he had any eligibility left. But I haven't seen him in the NBA uniform. I'd take Dylan DeSue back in a heartbeat.
Right.
If you got Dylan DeSue right now, we're talking about an Elite 18.
So
I'm telling you.
Dalen Swain and Dylan DeSue have a similar game. Can you imagine two of those dudes out there?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's your 3-4 right there.
Oh, easy.
Because that's what you need. You need a guy who can stretch the defense, but also can break you down, can not, can do more than just stand there and wait for a pass.
Yeah.
And, play some D. Dylan can play some D.
Yeah.
He's blocking shots. He knows what's up. Yeah, Zay. There you go.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, when you're over there overseas, do a little scouting.
What's crazy is I couldn't name you one London player that went to the league. They don't hoop like that at all.
Yeah, they're too busy
I
playing.
really can't name you one.
They're too busy playing cricket.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't name you one. But I'll try to do my thing.
Yeah. That's that. I mean, and everybody, Scott Drew kind of started this whole thing with his Euro guy. And then Mark Pope has a Euro guy. We just mentioned him, the Androvich.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Sean Miller, he goes overseas. Obviously, Mathis and Daru and Traore, like all those guys aren't from the States. But yeah, those dudes, they're still raw. They got a lot of work, man. And to what Chan is saying here, I think it was just a miss on a lot of guys. Nick Cody, I don't think they expected him to not be of any value. I think Traore, they expected him to be what he was at Long Beach because he didn't play for Xavier, and he had a pretty significant knee injury, and he definitely isn't that same player that he was when he was at Long Beach. Went with Sean Miller at Xavier, didn't play at all, and then came with Sean Miller to Texas. So that's been a miss. Declan Daru, clearly, that's a miss. Or he's a straight-up developmental guy, which that could be the case too. He's still really young. I think he's still a teenager. I don't think he expected Jordan Pope to just not to give you more. Like Jordan Pope was like a 17-point scorer at Oregon State in the Pac-12. So I think he expected him to just be more consistent there. And then Cam Heide too. Like I don't think he expected Cam Heide to have all the flaws that he does, where he's not the best dribbler. He's a weird tweener to where he's too small to be a power forward, but he's not athletic or good enough as a ball handler to be a small forward. So he's just in a weird spot there. So I think straight up, Chan, he missed on a lot.
But he's got to be developing Cody and Daru in practice, because those guys have some, like, there's something there.
There's something there.
And I don't know how well those guys take coaching, or I don't know how hungry they are, because Miller he's a fire breather.
Yeah.
And
He's had some pressers, man.
There are times it looks like that team is having no fun at all. And but most of Bob Knight's teams at Indiana look like that, and they won. So we'll see. It's tougher and tougher to coach like that in this day and age. So, Vince Young said, if I had someone screaming at me, I was out. I needed someone to just talk to me.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I think that's a big reason why Dwayne Akita struggled. I'm straight up. I think that's a big reason why Dwayne Akita struggled this one year that he had. I just think there was a huge gotta be on the same page, man. You gotta be on the same page. And if there's a disconnect anywhere, yeah. And it's up to the coaches to figure that out. And some take it as special treatment. Oh, why does he yell at him, but he yells at me? And it's like, because that dude can't handle it. And that sucks. Some coaches don't give a damn. Some coaches just recruit guys that they know that can handle it. And that's the way to go. Like Tom Izzo went viral yesterday or the other day because he told a kid, hey, my mother could guard better than you. And that went viral.
And then he's like, I'm flying him to Appleton to go up against my mom.
Yeah.
She's 90. Izzo cracks me up, man.
Those guys, I saw Izzo. Remember that one time where he almost choked the dude? It almost got physical. And they be barking back at Izzo. His players, you've coached Draymond Green, bro. You telling me that wasn't?
Izzo's like 5'7".
Yeah, but he recruits those type of guys that they know what to expect when they come in. And again, Sean Miller, he didn't have much time too. He didn't have much time. Why things were moving fast, and I think if he were to do it over again, he would. He would on the guys that he would want to bring in, and it's year one. Give him some grace, but
you just want to see that team get better.
Yeah.
See if they, sign of a well-coached team, week-to-week improvement. Meanwhile, Bucky ball, they beat Mississippi State by 20 last night. And Josh Hubbard from Mississippi State was saying, he was talking to the guard for A&M. He's like, are y'all going to press us the whole damn game?
Yeah, Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin. And Griffin's like, yeah, we are.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why we play 10, 11 guys, because we're always fresh, buddy. We're always fresh. Nobody's tired. We can do this the whole 40. So if you want to play somebody that's getting 35 minutes on the opposing team, they're going to get worn down. You feel good. That first half, Texas felt good. It was tied 29-29. Texas felt good. You're running and stuff. You're like, okay, we can keep up with this pace. All right. What's that second half mean? Let's see how you feel in that second half. Can you keep up with that pace then? Can they keep up with it? That's how Bucky gets you. That's how he gets. They found him at Samford. SoCon conference, where it's just Carolina area. That's it. That's where Steph Curry came from. Before Davidson moved up, that's where Steph Curry was, in that SoCon conference. Nobody knew who the hell he was, because that conference, whoever wins the conference, that tournament team's usually like a 15th seed, 14th seed. That's how weak that conference is. But the ball that they were playing, it translated. And yeah.
Hey, good for Trev Alberts. Trev had some tough days over there in Aggie land. He lost Jim Schlossnagel. He, people weren't sure what was going on with Trev. And then he landed him Bucky McMillan. So there we go.
Yeah. I know A&M's mad that they didn't get on Vic Schaefer. That was a bad move. The fact that A&M didn't get Vic Schaefer ever to be their head coach, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Like, what? How'd y'all let Texas get that? He was there.
He was there like 10 years.
10 years.
With Gary Blair. He was on the staff with the national championship team.
Yeah.
2011.
Like, Sidney Carter was on that team, the assistant coach. Like, that's where Vic got her from. I think Blair Schaefer's from College Station. Even though she went to school at Mississippi State and played for her dad, I think she's from College Station. Yeah, man, I know that hurts. And then you get blown out by Texas and Vic Schaefer by 50. Yo, that's wild. That's some wild stuff right there. And Vic, he bleeds orange, burnt orange now. It seems like he was never even at A&M. The way that he fights for Texas, University of Texas, which I respect. He's definitely come in and bought into the culture and everything that comes with it. But one thing I fear is him being so close. Is that pressure? Is that going to be a thing?
Right.
To where, he presses. Because, again, I think Vic Schaefer's incredible. I think he's one of the best coaches, not only in women's, but men's basketball too. But when you get so close so many times, that pressure, it starts to build up. And Vic Schaefer, he ain't a young guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many years he has doing this. So as well as he's doing, completely turn the program around. They are a Final Four caliber team every single year, and you feel confident saying that. But just to get over that mountaintop, I hope that doesn't become a thing. Like this year, you really got to capitalize on this season with this group of girls that he has.
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a team to win it all. And they'll get Crump, reacclimated and they need more out of Brianna Preston, but Vic's he's got to balance it all. He's got to have that feel. He's got to know when to, sub, because this team likes each other. He can sub a lot and no one's gonna.
Yeah.
No, they're fine.
Yeah.
They cheer for each other. Rory cheers for Bree when Bree's on the floor and vice versa. It's all good. He's got a team that got great chemistry.
Yeah.
And those teams like Indiana football. I mean, you could tell.
Yeah.
They were all about it.
He's got to get Brea Cunningham to take another step because I understand why. And didn't you ask a question why Kyla doesn't start or something like that sorts? Yeah, which is valid because of Brea Cunningham. Like, why wouldn't you start Kyla Oldegger? Brea Cunningham isn't giving you anything close to what Kyla Oldegger does. And I get Vic's reasoning for it, but you didn't have to worry about that with Taylor Jones. You knew some nights Kyla would have it and she would play more, but you knew there would be a lot of nights where Taylor Jones would have it. I go in the game, especially the big ones, thinking, okay, what's Brea Cunningham going to bring to the table? And a lot of the time, she just, in the big games, hasn't been consistent. Like her finishing isn't the best. She doesn't have many moves. She's kind of like one of those players where the ball has to be perfect in her hands where she could catch it and just go up. Kyla, she gets that shoulder on you and she'll be throwing up that hook and she'll get her offensive rebounds and she'll get putbacks and she'll go to the line a lot. Brea, she just doesn't have that. As good as she was, McDonald's All-American, she was solid at Arizona. Sometimes she could be a liability. And that's just what I fear moving forward, And sometimes I think you're better off with Justice Carlton playing your 5, especially with Aaliyah Crump now. Like, I would not be opposed to seeing a Justice Carlton at your 5, Madison Booker your 4, Aaliyah Crump, Jordan Lee, Rory Harmon lineup at times.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, just to space the floor and tell everybody to rebound. Like, you worry about rebounding. Madison Booker's a really good rebounder. Crash the boards. Rory Harmon can rebound when she wants to. Jordan Lee, all those girls. They can rebound when they want to. Team rebounding. So they don't have to rely on their center to do so. But just to see, if I'm Vic, man, I'd have a blast trying out all the lineups that he could try out. Like, I think that would be one of the most fun parts of coaching a team like Texas, because any given night, who knows who has the hot hand. And Ashton Judd has taken a big step back too. You got to get her going. You got to get her in the mix a little bit more, because I don't think at times defensively she needs to be a 4. She needs to guard other power forwards defensively. Offensively, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters. I think if you put a 4 on her, okay, cool. She can exploit that at times by using her quickness. It's not much quickness, but against other 4s, she could get around them at times. And then when she gets a 3 on her, then she could really attack the hole. But I just think she needs to be on the court more, where it's spaced out for her. And defensively, they got to put her on the matchup that she ain't going to get attacked. Because they got, in that LSU game, she was guarding the 3 at times. They had her in bad spot. They had her in a bad spot in the LSU game because they took out Rory Harmon. So, just LSU's good. So maybe it was just a tough matchup, but.
And they're going to see LSU again.
Yeah.
They get them in Austin. If you're just tuning in, let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll come back with the chip shot. Hey, for my guys who are snoring, and if you're new to the show, we have this great partnership, Texas Sports Unfiltered in the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin. And Dr. Chad Denman, one of the foremost experts in treating sleep apnea, is right here in Austin. And he's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen while you're asleep. I mean, there are times some of you are gasping for air when you're sleeping, and you don't even know it unless you literally wake yourself up from gasping. And if that's ever happened to you, you've got to get in to see Dr. Chad. And here's the great thing. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. Basically, give it away. And Dr. Chad has the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea and the best treatment options, including oral appliances. Like I have a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open. So I get that oxygen and I sleep, deep sleep through the night. My wife lets me know if I don't have my mouth guard in. It makes a difference, and the person sleeping next to you is going to appreciate it. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, for a great meal, high-end food without the high-end prices, Cover 3. Cover 3 on Anderson, Cover 3 on in Round Rock off Old Settlers. I mean, we're talking about great food, great service. And happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30. The $7 social hour menu during happy hour, which includes the firecracker shrimp, the bacon deviled eggs, the big chicken slider. I mean, you're eating like a king or queen for fast food prices. And we're talking great vibe. And of course, you can watch the big game, your favorite team, because Cover 3 is all about dining, spirits, and sports. They wanted you to have a restaurant that was not just a sports bar, but a sports restaurant with a scratch kitchen, an unbelievable menu. Cover 3. And don't forget about brunch on the weekends with the breakfast quesadilla, the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. Oh, yeah. That's That's a beautiful thing. You know, it's hard to find a good brunch in Austin, and Cover 3 has one of the best. See for yourself. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, maybe a full-blown media room, there's only one number to call, and that is our man, Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations, great partner of Texas Sports Unfiltered. You call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you, including the best price on big screens. You don't need to be lugging an 80-inch TV around town, punching holes in your drywall. You just call 255-8678. Let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They can also do surveillance for you, electronic shades, new lighting. But they've got the best, and he's the best. I mean, he's been doing it for 37 years. He's put big screens into 3 different houses for me in Austin. Give him a call, 255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. All right, if you're just tuning in or you missed the beginning of the show, yes, I'm getting knee replacement, and I appreciate my man, T. Cox. He says, I'm a little late to the party, Chip. My dad just got his knee replaced last Monday. He needed it, but right now he is down bad. Yeah, the first
What?
Oh yeah, the first 2 to 3 weeks, it's rough. It's rough. The swelling, yeah, I'm prepared. I get it. But then it gets better, and every day it gets better. So the first 2 to 3 weeks, I'll never forget when Mac Brown got his knee replacement, and he was like, this is excruciating. And then like a month after the surgery, he's like, oh my God, I feel like a new man. I should have done this years ago. Because Mac would always bend down, put his hands on his knees on the sideline.
Yeah.
He said he did that to, it somehow made his knee feel better. But Mac was bow-legged. He waited so long. What happens is your knee starts to kind of cave in from the inside, so you become bow-legged. And if that's where you are with your knee pain, man, it is time.
It's time.
I don't think I'm bow-legged yet, but I'm trying to stay ahead of it. But anyway, thank you, T. Cox. Texas has added a quarterback from the transfer portal, MJ Morris. So now you got KJ and MJ. KJ Lacey and MJ Morris. He has spent time at NC State and Maryland, and most recently last year was at Coastal Carolina. He's thrown for 2,000 yards and 20 touchdowns. All told, he is this year's version of Matthew Caldwell, a guy with 1 year of eligibility. He's got some game experience. Steve Sarkisian has said he likes a quarterback room with 4 scholarship quarterbacks. So that gives you Arch Manning, KJ Lacey, Dia Bell, and now MJ Morris. I'm not ruling out KJ Lacey as, winning the backup job, but this is an insurance policy. I think last year I was a believer in Trey Owens, but I don't think Steve Sarkisian felt like he was consistent enough. And so he elevated KJ Lacey ahead of Trey Owens. KJ Lacey was on the travel squad. Trey Owens wasn't. Trey Owens, that was tough. That was like a landing without the wheels out on the airplane. You know what I mean? It was like, because Trey Owens, I looked out there at the Florida game. I didn't see him. I'm like, hey, what's going on with Trey Owens? Oh, okay. KJ Lacey. That's what happened. But it's Steve Sarkisian, man. That turned out to be a good move to bring in Matthew Caldwell, because he excelled when needed against Florida, against Mississippi State, through the game-winning touchdown pass. One of the best plays of the year to Emmett Mosley on that 10-yard fade ball after Arch got a concussion. So Steve Sarkisian adds that insurance policy to the quarterback room. And, Texas football, they're in winter conditioning, man. Jermaine Bishop, I hear he's in the receiver room. So.
As he should be. Yeah, no, man. He's too small for a corner for me. I don't need him at corner. Put the ball in his hands. Let him go. Let's score points.
I'm kind of excited about the idea of Grayson Littleton at outside corner because he's got that length, man, and he's got great hips. He can turn and burn. He's physical. I mean, I think Will Muschamp's going to see that hit that he put on Dallas Wilson to open the Florida game and be like, oh, yeah, I like that. But we'll have to see, man, because those outside corners, he wants guys who are going to get right up on the line, press, reroute guys. Grayson Littleton can do that. Grayson Littleton is more physically developed than Cade Phillips. Cade Phillips needs to have a really good offseason in the weight room because in that Citrus Bowl alone, there was a play where he didn't get off the block and didn't make the play and ended up giving up a big play. And then in the second half, he did get off the block. They went right back to it, Michigan. And this time, Cade Phillips got off the block and made the play. Cade Phillips has got good length. He's got good speed. He just needs to become a little more physical. And that's like, if you could combine Cade Phillips and Warren Roberson, you'd have the ideal corner because Roberson is super physical, great athlete, but doesn't always feel the game mentally, and zone coverage has been a thing for him. And look, it takes time. I always say Brandon Jones was not Brandon Jones until his junior year. His first 2 years, the game hadn't slowed down. He was a 5-star. Everyone's like, what's going on with Brandon Jones? Then his junior year, the guy was a monster and went right off to the league, and he's been playing ever since. I mean, guy's been a starter in the league for the last, 6-8 years. So the light goes on at different times. I always say, don't ever write off a kid. Don't ever, like we were just talking about these, Nick Cody and Declan DeRue. There's still time. They can get it. I remember Jason Klotz. Rick Barnes used to wear his ass out. And then Klotz had some good games his last year. He had some tough games too, but Connor Atchley. Everyone's like, and then Connor Atchley had a really good year his last year. So sometimes it just takes a minute. The light goes on different times for different guys, but I'm excited about what that secondary is going to be with Will Muschamp, Blake Gideon, Mark Orfe. Muschamp's got his guys. Remember, Mark Orfe was with Muschamp as a GA at South Carolina. Like they've known each other a while. They've worked together. Blake Gideon has worked with Will Muschamp at different stops along the way and was coached by him. So Muschamp's getting his guys, and he's got to tie the front and the back of the defense together. That didn't always happen last year, especially down the stretch. And I think that's where there was some frustration. There was, I think there were some coaches who wanted better communication from PK, and some coaches who felt like, why are we playing this coverage? We're better at this coverage. And, everyone's got to be on the same page. Everybody's got to be like, we're playing the best coverage. We're playing the coverage that suits us the best and gives us the best chance to win. And there needs to be unanimity in that. And Muschamp will make sure there's unanimity in that. So let's get to the right call.
I love it. Before we get to the right call, though, because you talk about Grayson Littleton, You like to see him on the outside.
I just want to see what it looks like.
Okay. Because I like Wardell Mack. I want to see what it looks like with
Yeah.
him too. I love what he showed in that Citrus Cheez-It Bowl.
Yeah,
See what he's
his
about.
interception came when he was playing outside corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the right call. Before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated. They are the best in the biz when it comes to buying a car, new, pre-owned. It doesn't matter. Covert BK will find whatever you need. If you want to take my word for it, even though I am a Covert BK customer myself, listen to these fine folks of Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, well, the Texas women's basketball team, they put up a funny little video of last Sunday of Brianna Preston before the game being mic'd up into what you were saying, Chip, about this women's basketball team, how much they have fun, how much they love each other. This video is a prime example of that.
I wonder how this looks on camera. Some don't get what I'm doing right now. No, he didn't. No! Hey, don't hate. Oh, heck no. Oh. It don't move too much, but we'll see. It's still a run out. Oh, isn't that the ball? The ball. You don't like it. What? You don't like it? Let me get that. Okay. 3, 1, 2, 3. I kind of messed up a little bit. That was awful.
Yeah, she and Jordan Lee, like, do we still have that Hat Creek commercial?
Yeah, we still got it.
Here, run that, because they're in that commercial together. This is their Hat Creek Burgers spoof on Will Muschamp.
Let's go. Lunch rush is over. Everyone eyes up here. Look, they're making the orders right here, all right? They're hungry. They're thirsty. We call for 2 big hats. Fozzie, got to get there. Griff has to get there with fries. Soccer has to come through. Basketball has to call the order outside. And BY has to be here. Does everybody see that? It's gap control. Everybody. Do your damn job. You understand that?
Are you bleeding, man?
This? No, that's just ketchup.
I mean, Bree and Jordan Lee are in there.
Yeah. No, they're tight. I think they're roommates.
Oh, yeah. They go everywhere together.
Yeah, they're tight, which, I'm sure they're going to finish off their Texas careers together, coming in together in that 2024 class. And yeah, they could play. I mean, Brianna Preston, I think that ankle injury really set her back, man. And she hasn't been the same. Before that injury, she was looking like, I'm not saying she was going to take Rory Harmon's job, but she looked like she was going to give Rory Harmon, taking away a lot of her minutes. And that would be smart because you don't want to drive Rory Harmon to the ground. But now
it's a good point. He's had to be careful with her because you don't want that injury to linger and not get better. So he's had to kind of, put her on a pitch count.
Yeah, she needs reps. Like, she's one of those players. She needs more reps to where she can be comfortable because sometimes on the court, I don't think she knows her role. I don't think she has the scoring ability. Like, she is aggressive, but there's just certain things she needs to tighten up on. If she could get a consistent mid-range jumper Obviously, spread it out to the 3. That's saying a lot just because that's not her game. And you can say that about anybody. But there's things when Rory leaves next year and it's her team and she's the point guard on the squad that starts and gets all the minutes. There's things that she's going to have to improve on if Texas wants to continue to have success and she wants to be the leader of that. But all right, so I don't know if you've heard of.
Wait. Is our girl Layla
off like having a good season?
Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'll look up the stats.
Now I'm curious.
I know. I'm like, wait, what?
Okay, she's averaging like 14 a game. That's solid.
Okay.
That's solid. Okay. 14 a game. Is she going to go to Oxford? She got to go to Oxford, right? She got to,
How much eligibility does she got left?
I mean, this is it. I think she's a senior.
Yeah, she's a senior.
Which I'm still salty because she could play. I'm salty. She could have been a difference last year.
Yeah.
Like we talk about not having shooting. Vic tried to bring her along, and her eye situation, whatever happened with that, it was just a yucky situation. But if she was available last season, that could have been the difference from that Final Four team being a national championship team because, yeah, she could play.
She had 38 in a win at Virginia on January 11th. 13 of 19 shooting, 2 of 4 from 3, 10 of 11 from the free throw line, 38 points.
Is Jonte Cook that cool of a guy? Really?
No, you gotta.
I'm Vic Schaefer. I'm asking her that straight up, which you don't want to disrespect her, but also I saw the numbers that Jonte Cook put up, which I missed on that. You remember what I thought Jonte Cook was going to put up? It wasn't even close to that. I blame Fran Brown. Put that on Fran Brown. Don't put that on me. He got talent. My man
Jonte Cook will have 60 catches, 800 yards, 7 touchdowns.
Let's carry that over to Ole Miss. Let's carry that over. I'm putting those same numbers on Jonte Cook for Ole Miss, especially when Trinidad Chambliss comes back. Hell yeah, we about to run it up. But
run that back.
We about to run that back. But yeah, like ain't no way. Like how could she not want to stick that out? Because I mean, she ain't averaging 30 on this Texas team. She ain't gonna have no 30-point games. But does she want to be a part of winning? Syracuse, what's their record? No, they 16. Record. They're not bad.
Their record is 16-3.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Third place in the ACC, 6-2 in the league, behind Louisville and Duke, both at 8-0. Yeah, they're right there.
But they ain't gonna win nothing. They ain't gonna win nothing. Like we trying to win here in the ATX.
Right. I mean, Texas trying to win it all.
Which we love here on Chip and Zay. We love. So also that part of me is like, man, if love really had everything to do with it, then I can't blame the sister. And she dropping 30. So not only is she in love, following her man so he could capitalize on his dreams, because we know how he's mucked up. How many chances has he had? She's stuck by him. He's got another opportunity at Ole Miss. Who knows? She turned his whole life around. Huh?
He's already enrolled at Ole Miss. She's still
right. But that love's still there. That love's still there. I'm sure. I hope it is. I'm assuming.
Have you been checking her Instagram? Is she posting some photos?
I got you tomorrow. Okay. I have not.
All right.
But last time I checked, they were together. And that was like 2 months ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So CB said, I remember when Chip and Casey Studdard had a show at Bombshells. Yeah, I was like, Casey got his start in radio with me.
That's dope.
back in the day. Now he's got all of his barbecuing and everything. He's a big old star in the media. Beautiful. All right, let's open up the gym. We got Patrick and Steven.
What's up, fellas?
Up.
What's going on, man?
How we doing?
Doing good. Let's hit that and that and that and all the good stuff in there. We should be better off. All right, what's going on, you guys? By the way, Zay, the only English basketball player I can remember, John Amici.
Who?
You remember John Amici? Played for the Magic?
He played for the Wizards, too, for a little bit. But, yeah, he played for the Magic.
What about Luol Deng? Was he
I think he is.
Brothers from Africa.
Luol Deng once was almost traded for Kobe. Remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Straight up. When Kobe went on ESPN and said, I want out.
He was also
traded for Paul Gasol.
He was also one of the main reasons they got the amnesty in the NBA at that one point.
He is the reason why for the amnesty.
Yeah, when they put in, they were like, "Oh yeah, we all spent too much money on some of these guys," and Luol Deng was a number one guy.
Did y'all read that story about the total dysfunction in the Buss family that led to the sale of the Lakers?
Really shockingly that family was this. I can't believe it, Chip.
Shockingly, Tommy Boy, Jimmy Buss, Jeannie fired them all. Yeah, Zay, I gotta send you that link. We'll talk about that.
You know how I feel about my girl Jeannie Buss. She can't do no wrong in my eyes.
Jeannie Buss down. Hey, 10 to 15 years from now, they're gonna be a documentary about that story, Chip.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on.
Holy bleep!
And then you throw in Clutch and Braun. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
it's a lot going on there.
It's a lot.
Luckily, they had Nico Harrison to bail them all out of everything. So. You know,
Nico. I wonder what he's doing. I hope he's doing good. I hope he's enjoying life.
I guarantee he ain't. He's got the city of Dallas has a restraining order on him.
Yeah, he probably can't go back to Dallas, but it's cool.
He can't go back to Dallas. He good in LA though.
Yeah,
he's real good in LA.
They love him in LA.
I love LA.
See y'all tomorrow.
All right, fellas.
Welcome, man, to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside my man, Steven Nagati from Fanatic Perspective, joining me today and tomorrow as my man Matt is out hunting and enjoying himself over the weekend, at least for today. I think he said he's going to have to call it short because the winter weather that will be coming in here very shortly. And of course, the third member of Open Gym, text lines open 512-222-9328. And over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Love hanging out with y'all every day. And appreciate you, Steven, being able to come in. I know you're out of your home base, but you're in the ATX, so you got to come hang out with us still here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Oh man, I'm fired up today. It's been a lot of work meetings and stuff this week, working corporate this week, but just coming to hang out here in the Open Gym is exciting. Also, Patrick, yes. I'm next to a functioning open Baby A's, which I thought were all out of business. So you're about to have a purple marg after this one.
I thought, I didn't think all the Baby A's were gone, but maybe I missed. I knew somebody who I believe I used to be friends with someone in the family's son was a guitar player. So I knew him through that, but I don't know. This is how oblivious I am to most things that are just in like the regular culture of things. They're like this restaurant. I'm like, I don't go out to eat ever. And I don't do I know bars, some bars that have music in them usually. And that's about it. That's there and home is what I do. I don't go too many. Dinner was always just too expensive for me.
This one actually has live music allegedly. So
okay, is it the one up north?
It's up north off of Stone Lake.
Yeah, off 183 area.
Yeah, 183. Okay. Yeah, right off that Trader Joe's and all that stuff is. And then I drove by when I was coming down, and I was like, wow, that Baby A still has like signs and stuff on the marquee, but it does look like it's been closed since 2017, or at least since COVID at minimum. And then I was checking in. The lady was like, are you from Austin, or have you been to Austin? I was like, yes, I used to live here for 10 years. And she was like, well, that Baby A's over there is actually open. I said, do tell, ma'am. And she said, you gonna have a purple marg tonight? I said, I will.
I will.
Man, let's go.
No, I do. So I've been to that Baby A's before when I was much younger. This is probably 20 years ago.
I haven't had a purple mark since I was in my 20s, brother. So I'm with you.
No, and so I stopped doing the purple marks because they cut you off. They cut you off at 2, right? Was always a purple marks. You could do 1 and then had to switch to beer, and that would always be the thing. Was you do 1 and then you would go to beer, and everybody else would get a second. And then they were like, they'd be like, "Oh, I'll have a beer now." And they're like, "No. When we said cut you off, we meant cut you off. Like you get no other drinks.
No other drinks."
And for a group of musicians, that was not fun for everybody because they're like, "Well, we're still hanging out because we all still have beers, so we're doing good."
That's a vibe killer, man.
It is. So that was always important advice you had to give was do 1 purple margarita and then switch, and then you can get blotto drunk still. But if you do 2 and you drink a lot, you'll be fine. You'll leave and you'll be like, I'm not really that drunk, But there was one time I was there and there was a band playing, and I won't say which band because with the story I'm going to tell. And so we're playing, and then we were supposed to be playing. The band I was working for was going to be playing with them like a weekend or 2 away. And so I went over and talked to him. I was like, "Oh yeah." It's like, "Do you mind sharing drum kits? Because it's just easier for us." We share. And they're like, "Oh yeah." We're sitting. I'm talking to a buddy of mine from high school, and the guy kind of slides over and sits with him. My buddy from high school was kind of like, "What the hell is this dude?" Who's clearly like 15 years, if not 20 years older than us, sitting here talking to us. And then he just looks over at me and goes, "Hey man, do you know where we can get any blow?" And I'm like, "Dude, I don't think this is the time or place. You don't even know who this other guy is." We are having dinner. We're not doing this at dinner.
Sir.
At midnight after party, sure, you can ask away and I'm not going to be offended. At dinner seems a little early to be coming over to me. It's like 8:30, man. You calm it down.
Yeah, right. It's not snowing tonight, brother. What's going on?
Oh, no, it was, I always remember that because it was like such a weird thing. I'm like, dude, I met you literally 15 minutes ago. We do not have that type of relationship that you can walk over with my friends and be like, "Hey man, drugs." We're not there. We're not there. Second of all, I don't. Look at me. Of course I don't have anything.
That reminds me of the Steve Buscemi thing where he's like, "Hello, how do you do, kids?" when he's in high school.
Yes, how do you do, fellow students? Yeah, no, it was definitely, it was fun to back in those good old days. Purple margarita. If you go get yourself one, be ready to go. The old trick is 1 and then switch, and then you can drink all night and no one cares. That is just a pro tip from someone who's been around for a minute. We'll get into some basketball talk as always we do here, especially when Steven's here on the show today. So we may get into some of the Spurs and their problems either today or tomorrow at the fact that they keep getting big leads and not being able to close out games. And as much as I'd like to blame Jeremy Sohan, he's not playing, so I can't blame him. But we'll talk about that. They're playing a bunch of games though in the same period. So that probably is a little bit more of what happened in that game. But we'll get into that. We'll definitely talk about Texas versus Kentucky that happened last night as well. Another kind of later game collapse, similar to what happened to them over the weekend. So just not being able to come out in the second half the same way they did against A&M. We got some NFL talk to get into. But let's start off with some Texas football here, Steven, getting into it. And that Texas did pick up another transfer today. This one's not really shocking, but I thought it was going to be a little bit later in the portal era because this is normally like that. We added Matthew Caldwell later in as a grad transfer. I thought it may be that, but they have found their guy in MJ Morris from Coastal Carolina. This is a big place for MJ Morris to come in, be able to, if he wants to try and pick up a degree or something in a year or just be around and kind of get the rub from the Texas world, see if, hey, you saw what happened last year with Matthew Caldwell, and you go, well, if I do need to come in and make a couple plays, it could raise my stock a little bit more. And, even if I'm not playing anywhere big, it could get me to the CFL, or it could get me to, the XFL or something else where I get another chance because I did play and go, well, no, he's a former Texas quarterback. And you get that world. But this is a guy who Started NC State, went to Maryland, ends up at Coastal Carolina where he could finally get to play. But a guy Sark recruited at Alabama and offered at Alabama. So somebody that he's clearly known for a long time. As they were looking through, we talk a lot about it's important when you bring in these veteran guys that are not necessarily starters. It's really important that you have a good feel on their character, that they're going to be able to come in and fit in well enough. Like there was the one that we did a couple years ago, Velton Gardner, and how much of that was injury and how much of that was just they grabbed somebody out of the portal because of injuries. That was a grad transfer. We'll never really know, but it didn't feel like that one worked out in any form because it felt like there wasn't really a major injury, and then all of a sudden they were like season-ending injuries done.
Yeah, he played like just a handful of snaps, and the kid from SMU a few years back,
and so as we go further into it, MJ, so they end up getting MJ Morris. He is now able to come into the program and give you that little bit of help that if KJ Lacey's not ready, if Diabell's not ready, you do end up getting MJ Morris.
You first off, you preserve Diabell's red shirt. And just have him get assimilated, take his time, very similar to Arch Manning, his first year at Texas in 2023, when we had a pretty, a quarterback room where some guys on scholarship had now been in the program for a couple of years between Quinn and Malik Murphy at the time. So you get to, just kind of wait behind a veteran guy, learn from Arch. I'm happy that Diabell is the future post Arch. I think long term, he was top 5 player in his class, very highly regarded, very mature kid. Arch was mature in 2023, but there's maturing that can happen behind the scenes that I think can help the quarterback development process, especially in Steve Sarkisian's offense. So having that aspect there, okay, cool. Now, KJ Lacey was developing behind the scenes. One of the biggest reasons why a guy like Trey Owens moved on. He's now gone to, I believe, Arkansas State. And I think they really, really like KJ Lacey. This does not mean that KJ Lacey isn't still QB2.
No.
That, they got to compete, right? And so, but what this does give you is multiple things, right? A veteran in the quarterback room. And I know, people are going to pull up stats and all that type of stuff. I want to see the film and some other things before I just start passing off opinions. I did see MJ Morris play at NC State quite a bit his freshman and sophomore year. Thought the kid was talented, especially his freshman year. 7 touchdowns to just 1 interception ratio. He's had some big wins against Miami and Clemson. He was a solid player. Now, where that drop off came at Maryland, especially when he didn't defeat Billy Edwards Jr. when Billy Edwards Jr. was still at Maryland. Then he went to Coastal, didn't get it going at Coastal, really struggled there, it seems. So we got to see what's going on there. But you have a veteran in the room, somebody that's been around college football for multiple years. And it gives Steve Sarkisian options in case an emergency happens with Arch Manning and you need to start a couple games, right? And let's say that you're just not really all the way there yet on KJ Lacey. You just don't think he's fully baked. Then you have another option to turn to. He also helps the room, right? On a day-to-day standpoint, getting looks. I saw somebody say this is kind of similar to like a practice squad move in the NFL, right? There's a lot of value that can come behind the scenes that us as fans don't necessarily get to see on game day, but that doesn't mean that somebody's not contributing behind the scenes. So solid pickup for Texas.
Yeah, exactly. Because, you take somebody who's been in multiple systems now, played in different places, that when you are scouting a really good quarterback for a different team or you're trying to get something else out of it, you have a quarterback that you can use for that. And depending on where he is on the depth chart will depend on how much scout team he does versus how much second team he does. Because if he kind of wins out the role and KJ Lacey's not ready, like Trey Owens wasn't ready last year, or Diabell's not ready, then because as much we can say the red shirt, if Diabell's ready, then Diabell's
sure.
Because again, I don't think Diabell or anybody else expects Diabell to spend 5 years in college. Now, some people do now because of injuries or whatever else, or something gets derailed and you got to transfer a couple times. So the red shirt's nice to have, but for a guy like Diabell, when you're the top guy, you're supposed to go, I want to be here for 3 to 4 years. And
I think he's thinking I'm going to compete with KJ Lacey for that starting spot in 2027.
Oh, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I think he thinks, I'd like to play, be ready this year, be the backup this year, be the starter next year, be the starter for 2 years, and then go off the NFL is his plan. Now, best laid plans. It does not mean that it will happen. So you do bring him in and you have that competition. I also think it's always good. You want to bring in more and more competition. Now, Diabell and KJ Leslie are going to push each other, but bring in somebody who's been a part of competitions before, who has been there, kind of adds a different element that we know that KJ Lacey and Diabell will probably beat MJ Morris in some of the athletic abilities because they're just younger, quicker guys right now. But I think MJ Morris will have a better understanding of some things and help them learn what they have to need, to get better at in the room. And so, as you said, help the room get better, help the defense get better. And if it does work out that he is playing good football and Sark figures out the reason why he hasn't been able to get it going the last couple of years, then you say, okay, you're our guy to come in, and hopefully you won't have to play more than a couple snaps.
It's also interesting to echo that point about athleticism. You have different options and styles of guys that give you your team looks and help you behind the scenes, especially, as you get ready for the season. But the other thing too, Patrick, that we have to consider is multiple quarterbacks that are just good, that know how to run an offense, right? Whether or not MJ Morris is productive as a starter is one thing, but he's been good enough to start and play, and he started multiple games. If he's your third string quarterback, for example, next year, that's a guy, at least your defense, whoever he's practicing against, whatever offense he's running, like back when Trey Owens was running scout team, they're going to get a good look. They're going to get a really, really good look. A lot of teams don't have the luxury of having 3 or 4 different quarterbacks that all can at least move the ball against a defense in a practice setting so that the coaches can do proper evaluation. Some of the things that leads to where you don't know how good you are is when you only got like 1 or 2 good quarterbacks and the other guy can't really challenge you in practice, and then you get in the game and you're like, oh, yikes, we haven't seen anybody that can throw. You know what I mean? So I do think that is a benefit, a luxury, right? Because the last thing I want to bring up is 105 scholarships. Texas is already saying they're going to be on the lower end most likely. I don't even know if they're going to get to the old 85. So you can just do stuff like this if somebody wants to be here. I also don't know what MJ Morris's aspirations are after playing football. He could be looking at this as a transition into coaching. Exactly. A lot of guys like him end up becoming very, very good understudies and transition very easily into the coaching field. So a lot of upside here in multiple areas.
Yeah, because it could have been Sark recruited him and then he reaches out years later and just goes, all right, I get where I'm at. And I'm not playing the league, but if you come in, it'll help me out. So that 100% could be a different situation for him as well. But I think it's, I figured we were going to pick up one after we had Caldwell last year. It felt like with 105 scholarships, you're going to be able to get one. I think we're at 83 or 84 right now. So we'll get over it. We'll be over 85. I don't know how much over, because you still expect to pick up a couple grad transfer, a couple older guys to kind of fill it out, maybe a couple other pieces. There's still a ton of guys in the portal.
A lot.
But you're and now everyone you go in the portal, you can take your time with, because you can go in and make sure that their character fits and make sure that they're going to be a part of your team chemistry and your just everything about what you're trying to do and not be a problem. You can find that out a little bit more over the next, couple weeks to a month to make sure you're not, because they're probably not even going to be on campus until next semester anyway. So yeah. You're kind of more in that world of, all right, we could find some guys, we want to bring them in, but let's make sure that they are not going to mess up anything that we're trying to do.
So classes at UT started on the 12th. I believe the last day that you could technically enroll, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the 28th, because that's the end of the drop period, right? Typically when you started the semester, you can still drop classes. That's what actually happened with Hollywood Smothers, who was technically enrolled in classes at Alabama, but it's still the drop period. So I believe the last day is January 28th. So If they add somebody, I mean, you still got 6 more days
Yeah.
for them to be consider them a part of the spring roster. After that, then it would be, we'll see in the fall.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because we basically, you've got Indiana and Miami have till Saturday, so have a couple more days to, if they're going to jump in, if any other guys, and if none of those dominoes fall, it does feel like Texas is going to have to go adding at least another lineman or two through the portal. So you may see them go. It feels like they're waiting for another domino to fall on those types of things.
I hope so.
That's kind of where we all are. It's like, it feels like you had a plan based in this and everything was there, but is it going to happen? I get, though, that we saw, when our season ends on the 1st and the portal opens on the 2nd, it was still 6-7 days into it when we get the guys that are sophomores and freshmen are renegotiating.
Right.
And so it was still a while till we got to them. So now you're talking about decompressing after a national championship and then trying to do it. And the coaches are really trying to possibly slow it down as much as they possibly can. How about we meet on Sunday? No, dude. Once I can't leave, it's not funny. I know you want me to stay until Sunday because then you can underpay me. How about we figure this out today?
The world we live in college football, man, it's incredible.
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of these guys already kind of have new deals and are working out, but that's the other deals. We have no idea what a deal means anymore either, because now they're saying they're re-signed, but then guys are signed and then still leaving, and Darian Mintz getting sued. Demond was going to leave.
Demond Williams was going to leave Washington until they threatened the lawsuit, and then he stayed.
So that one feels like maybe a little bit better. But like Darian Mintz now, you're like, well, now everyone at Duke's going to hate their quarterback if he comes back, and they don't have a quarterback if he leaves.
Well, the Mintz thing is interesting because I thought Demond Williams would be the one that really broke the system, because it's going to take something like this going to seriously through court.
Yeah.
And I think maybe it might be this Mintz deal between Duke and Miami. And also these are teams that are in the same conference, at least with LSU and Washington, them being in different conferences, there was a little less sting or animosity. I mean, Duke won the ACC, by default, kind of.
Yes.
So, and Miami is obviously in the national championship. I mean, that's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and Mensah, for those who haven't seen Mensah play, because he does play for Duke, again, he quarterbacked them to the ACC title technically, but there's a reason why he got paid from Tulane. He was very, very good at Tulane under John Summerall, and he's a guy that, I'll just put it this way: if Miami had him instead of Carson Beck, they probably win that football game on Monday. If they had Darian Mintz, they probably win that. I think he's just a better football player, and I think he's a better prospect than Carson. But they're kind of upgrading at that particular position if they're able to get him. So we'll see what happens.
No, and I think there's a holding pattern in Miami too, because if you say Darian Mintz is not coming,
they're screwed.
I mean, I don't know anything, but you're like, if you're Malachi Tony and a freshman, you're like, oh no, I'll run it back without a quarterback.
Put Malachi at quarterback.
We're all going to run without a quarterback now. Like, doesn't it make you think maybe some of these guys would be like, oh, well, you guys were too late on the trigger on this one, because you didn't get Raiola, who you wanted. You didn't get Mensah, because you tried to basically, you did what Lane Kiffin did with Prince. Well, I can't say it. I can't get through it.
We know who you're talking about.
The guy with the really long name. I just make Matt say it because he went to Ole Miss, so I make him say it for me. Which I can say it if I'm not on air. As soon as I get on air, I can't say it anymore. But saying it in my head as I'm doing it, it's not coming out of my mouth the same way. But he's in LSU, and then the whole, well, surprisingly, he stayed in the SEC, and you're like, yeah, that's everybody knows that Lane Kiffin called him and said, guys are paying these other guys this much money, and you're not getting paid enough. We'll pay you more at LSU.
That has Lane's fingerprints all over it. Who are we kidding?
But I mean, that's what Miami did for their, and I mean, there's a decent chance Texas did it with Siani. Like, through somebody, because he was out quick here. So there's a decent chance it happened there as well. And I mean, again, that's what I'm saying. It's not a rare thing anymore. It is a pretty over-the-top thing of, who knows who reached out to who and all the other pieces in there. But it does end up with what we get with. I want to hit up a little bit too, because I talked about this yesterday with Matt, but I want to get your opinion on this, Steven, too.
Okay.
We talked about the wide receiver room yesterday, but there's two players that fit into the running back room, which we can talk about a little bit. But there's two players that got moved from wide receiver room to the running back room because there was not a lot of depth in the running back room. They thought maybe they could use them over there, and they've kind of been in limbo of wide receiver, running back since, but neither one got a ton of playing time at either position, which is Ryan Niblett and Michael Terry. So Ryan Niblett got more experienced guy, but he didn't get a ton of run at either position. And then Michael Terry, we thought, coming up as a freshman, he was originally going to be a wide receiver. Then they moved him to running back. And then we were like, all right, Citrus Bowl, and Christian Clark gets rolling in the Citrus Bowl, and he gets one carry for no yards. And so we don't really get to see what Michael Terry could do at the running back position either. But let's start with Ryan Niblett, because he is one of the bigger pieces that I was really afraid of losing in the transfer portal, because I felt like this is a guy that we've seen in a lot of other places where he goes, the water's a little too stocked right here. The fish are a little too big in the wide receiver room. We're talking about top wide receiver rooms in the country at Texas a lot of times. And I can go to somewhere in the SEC that's still a really good team with a good quarterback, but maybe has a little bit lighter of a wide receiver room, and I could be a wide receiver 1 or 2 on that team, or they'll at least give me the opportunity to compete for it. Where at Texas, it's a little bit harder to get in that conversation, especially now you're talking about Ryan Wingo and Cam Coleman. But he stays. He won you a couple games last year, or at least helped win you a couple games last year.
Yeah, he did.
So you figure there had to be a conversation some point in their negotiations, which was, you're not just a kick returner to us. You're not just a punt return to us. There's something more to you, and we want to use you. How do you think they can use Ryan Niblett next season at the wide receiver position, at the running back position? Where does Ryan Niblett fit in for this Texas team in 2026 that lets him really get to shine with what he does, which is an electric playmaker who maybe just for whatever reason hasn't been able to get on the field as a wide receiver?
Yeah, I think this spring will be telling for Ryan Niblett from a confidence standpoint of how he operates when he's either running a screen or what can he do beyond just jet sweeps, bubble screens. Because one of the things, you talked about his previous time at receiver. Remember, he spent a whole camp on defense at one point here. So he's literally been all over the place, and his confidence has come a long way, I believe, from just all of the success he's had as a kick returner. He's going to be one of the highly regarded kick returners and people that in the country that folks are afraid of. But the way I look at it is this, Patrick: what happens with Jermaine Bishop Jr.? Because if Jermaine is on offense and Jermaine is up to snuff to play early and showing that he can be an early contributor, just like he was in high school, like really early on in his high school career when he was with Lagway his freshman year, then I think Bishop becomes that guy that gets a lot of those plays just out wide and in space. I'm just talking about space stuff. I'm not talking about running back snaps or anything like that. I'm just talking about just getting the ball. If Bishop isn't, or if he's on defense, then I do think that there's a world where Ryan Niblett is at least used in stuff like that. Stuff you saw similar to the way he was used this year, just to see if they can pop something. I don't see a future for him offensively here beyond that, quite frankly. Texas invested a lot of money on 3 running backs already, between Rayleigh Brown, Hollywood Smothers, and incoming freshman Derek Cooper. Those guys are going to play a lot. Now, Michael Terry's going to be a different situation. I'm going to get to him after you bring him up. But in regards to Niblett, he's going to have to show Coach Jaluk as well that he can break tackles, that he can be in the game when the ball isn't coming to him. Because one of the reasons that it's frustrating for him to be in a game is last season, all he could do was just have the ball. There was never a time where you were going to use him it was a dead giveaway, right? So the more you can do, and if you are able to at least take a carry between the tackles without us worrying about you either getting broken in half or fumbling, then it allows us to have a little bit more options and nuance with that. So he's going to have to grow as a football player running in a more condensed space than he has in the open field, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, because I still look at him as, when we look at the depth of this wide receiver room, which last year seemed like it was much deeper, where you're like, there's so many young guys you could have pulled up. Now, you know, like French is gone and DeAndre Moore is gone and Parker Livingston's gone. You didn't necessarily replace that with a ton of people you expect to play right away. So you still have Cleek Lockett, you still have Dalen McCutcheon, you bring in Jermaine Bishop, which you're hoping can play good. You know, you're hoping as the season goes on, and really hoping through winter conditioning he puts on some weight. So I think he's listed like 155 right now, which is good Lord. It's my leg. So hopefully he's able to put on a little bit of weight and still be able to keep all the speed and everything else. But I think Niblett there, I think you try and figure out a way to make him work more in that room. So it's what are his hands? Where are his hands at? Because if he's got hands, we can use him in a lot of different ways. Because he's been the premier team player. He's, you know, Roshan Johnson 2.0 of team player wise. Hey, we need you over here. We need you over here. We need you over here. So he's done everything they've asked for, and he's gotten really, really good at what he does. But can you find a spot for him in a room where, if you're not 100% on Dalen McCutcheon every time, if you're, you know, Jermaine Bishop, you're still a freshman, Khalid Lockett's not there, you have someone with a little bit more experience that you feel okay putting in there to either block downfield, to be able to just run some easier crossers or whatever. If he can run routes and catch the ball, then cool. I think you should play wide receiver because we have it. Now, on the flip of that is Michael Terry, who now you're going to talk about the running back room depth and the wide receiver depth. I kind of split him up in my head is to Ryan Niblett goes further into wide receiver for me. And Michael Terry, I think you do use him in that running back room a little bit more.
I'm with you. Mm-hmm.
And so what's your take on Michael Terry and how you use him going forward? Because it just doesn't feel like he ever really clicked as a wide receiver at Texas, and they moved to that running back room. And I think they like what they're seeing some, and it just happened that Christian Clark lit it up in the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah, I'm still a very heavy card-carrying stockholder when it comes to Michael Terry. I'm not wavering on that. One of the things that I underestimated when he got to Texas was it's a blessing and a curse with all of what he had to do at Alamo Heights his last few years of high school, and that's playing everything, right? And he was a great football player, obviously the number one athlete in the country, and has a great mind, but also 6'3", he's now, I believe, in the low 220s now. But the technical aspect, the refinement with him in all of these rooms, he was way behind other guys just on the technical stuff when it came to playing the position behind guys that have been playing wide receiver their whole life, right? And especially playing multiple positions. And that's something that Lockett struggled with, French struggled with, McCutcheon struggled with. It wasn't just unique to Michael Terry. But him moving over to the running back room presents more options for us in terms of maybe using him in an H-back role. This is something that was talked about during his recruitment of him being this kind of hybrid running back, or even having some of the things that Puka Nacua does in some of those motions into a block and whatnot, especially now that we have Nick Towson probably moving more to a traditional tight end role next to Masunas.
Yeah.
So Michael Terry, this is one thing that I think Jaluk is going to look at for him. Can you be my short yardage runner? Can you be a guy at 6'3", 223? He don't have nobody else like him on the roster. He didn't have nobody like that. Jaden Ball's a big kid, like a bigger kid, but he ain't 6'3", and he doesn't have like a very strong stride to him. Kind of, you know, like some of these more upright Eddie George, Derrick Henry type of runners of the past. I'm not saying Michael Terry is that. I'm just saying running style, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that's something that they're going to look at and say, if you can protect the ball, because here's the thing. The Christian Clark game in the Citrus Bowl, Christian Clark got hot, and the one carry that Michael Terry got was on a 3rd and 1. The other touches that he was supposed to get, we had 2 pre-snap penalties when he was in the game that had nothing to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then it put us back in a situation where we had to jump into a different personnel group.
Yeah.
Right? So he missed out on touches because somebody else jumped or had some issue, right? And then the other play he was in was the trick play where Arch ran around the corner with the lineman. Yeah. So he didn't get those opportunities because Christian Clark just got going. And they feeding the hot hand, which they should do, right? So that's kind of might be even a good thing for Texas that Michael Terry didn't get showcased like that in that game for other people to come along and start saying you want some cheddar. And I also heard that Jaluk really wanted him to stay in the running back room. He was very adamant about that because there was another person who goes by the nickname Coach Boom, who was like, hey, if you ain't getting carries over there, why don't you come on over this way, son? I liked you at Georgia, okay?
Yeah.
Come play I got plenty of stuff for you to do on defense. So Jaluk really was like, hey, that's what I heard. I heard he was like, hey, you're staying here. So I'm excited to see what they do with him and more of those special packages within the red zone area.
I'm really excited to see what they do with him with Jabbar Jaluk and what they can try and build up out of him of, his build being a little bit more similar to a Jaden Ball and trying to go, look, we don't need you to be Jaden Ball, clearly. But if you're able to power us forward and learn to drive forward, hold on to the ball, keep your legs pumping, just do that for us now, then next year, then you're now going to be more of a feature back for us because now we'll be able to add on more and more to that. But this is step one. This is step one to get you on the field. Is Texas has had red zone problems for years and years. It has been an issue. And, it doesn't look like our offensive line, we didn't replace it with, 5 NFL players. So we're not going to be able to do a tush push and just always pick those up. But I think if you add some guys in and you add in a Michael Terry who is able to be that really powerful runner for you with Hollywood Smothers and with Kareem, Rayleigh Brown. Sorry, drawing a blank. If you add in that, he's going to be able to get going downfield on you. And then it just did. Like if we see him in week 1 or 2, or especially week 1, 3, and 4, we'll say week 2, if he runs well, great. That's Ohio State. So week 1, 3, and 4, if he starts to run well in those games, then you go, okay, let's see how much this game could open up by the end of the season. And that's more of what you want to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of upside there for Texas to leverage. I'm excited for the creativity that Sark comes up with him. That's a player you want to use. Yeah. I think as he matures and really understands the offense, he'll be able to play multiple positions for Texas. He can have the ability to hit the slot and, like I said, play H-back. He has carries on tape at Alamo Heights where he was a straight-up fullback taking carries inside the goal line in scoring situations. So that's and the other thing too is his personality. And if he ever becomes anything at Texas, Sark even said he reminds me so much of Bijan and Roschon. And when you listen to the young man speak, and he's a good-looking kid, 6'3", like there's a lot on the table there. I have a lot of stock in Michael Terry. I hope he becomes a very productive player at Texas.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And it just feels like, you get him pass pro well too. He's a bigger guy that Texas is going to have issues with pass pro with some of these guys because they're just not big enough. So you're going to have to roll them out. But, you play against some of these teams, they don't care. Roll out Hollywood Smothers. Roll out Brown. You're not getting the ball off to him because that guy's coming off the edge and, that linebacker's coming in and you're not getting the ball off in time. So,
Patrick, I want to bring up something else, though. Think about this. We're going to run a lot of two-back next year.
We could.
There's a lot of meat on the bone having Michael Terry and Ray Leak or having Ray Leak and Hollywood. Both of them can, there's a lot that I think Sark is going to be able to do because he's a big fan of two-back. He couldn't really do it last year like that, honestly. But he's a big fan of two-back. We saw it with Wisner and then, previously.
No, I mean, I think that when you look at it, you say it depends on what Nick Townsend or Winston is able to do at that tight end position. Because if he can run more two tight end, he might run more two tight end, and then that takes away some from the two tailback as well. But if you don't have that dynamic threat of a tight end then I think you see Masunas coming in there more,
Mm-hmm.
and him being a really good blocker who can also kind of go that short route. And then your electric players are your 2 running backs now, as opposed to, well, one of our electric players is our tight end, and then we're going to put 1 running back in the back who can go out there and do it. Because for Sark, it is all about how many explosive players you can have on the field at the same time. How many guys, how many weapons are out there that you have to try and defend? And if you're not able to defend those, you're screwed. And that's really what it feels like for Texas every year, is him trying to figure out how many guys he has he can trust to draw a defense. And last year, it didn't matter because the offensive line wasn't there. So it didn't matter that Jack Endries is a heck of a football player, because he was never going to be able to get downfield and use his weapons. And, you know, you were able to find ways to get Wingo involved. But even, I mean, Mosley never really got involved as he needed to get. Parker Livingston fell off early on there in the season after, you know, things started to go off. And it was just, you know, you never really got to use them. And next year you say, okay, now we all know going in, you have Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo. The defenses are already stressed starting there. And now if Nick Townsend becomes what we're all hoping he can, now there's a tight end you have to guard. And you got Mosley, who's just going to be able to sit around and go find where the holes are and eat you alive as well. And if we can go, okay, well, now we're actually going to throw in 2 running backs as well. And both of them can break a touchdown run.
I'm telling y'all, Sark has been productive with 2 back when he's had the personnel. He's actually been one of the better I've seen in college football, to be frank. He fed families with the Jaden Blue wheel routes out of the back, out of that formation. Keelan Robinson, many times he generated, whether it was explosive plays to him or one of his backfield mates, out of 2 back, having one of them do more of an orbit split motion. There's a lot that he does. You know, there was times where he was trying to line up Ryan Wingo out there just to get the same thing, because the other thing it does, it really screws up defensive alignments, right? Because you don't know if a back's just going to stay in when you're in 2, or they both, or what are they? One of them might split, they might run, the other one.
Yeah.
It screws. That's why we generated so many chunk plays in 2 back. Now, it's not something you typically live in, but it throws a wrench in the thing, right? And the next thing you know, you have a blazing running back going out the thing, and I thought I was supposed to have him in pass pro, you know? So there's a lot Sark has been able to be good at in that formation.
And that's also where we see guys like, you know, either a Michael Terry or especially a Ryan Niblett that can line up and shift. And you can run and shift those guys and completely throw off what a team can do at that point. Because now you've got DBs trying to guard where they're not trying to guard running backs that they don't want to be guarding and try not to get run over. Or, you have Ryan Niblett line up in the backfield and then shift out, or Michael Terry shift out, and he's getting covered. Ryan Niblett covered by a linebacker.
Right. That's the point.
And
that's why they like it so much. Exactly.
Yeah.
You want them to get a mismatch.
Yes. You say I want to push that. CB, I did see that. Indiana, Miami drew 30.1 million viewers, which is not bad. It's not bad. I did also see the Houston Texans Patriots game is the highest rated game ever on ESPN.
I saw that too.
ESPN doesn't carry a lot.
But it was also broadcasted on ABC though. I know they're counting.
Well, and so that's the thing, is it's the biggest broadcast ever in ABC history. Basically, since Disney's owned ABC.
I got you. Okay.
So it's
impressive.
Which is bigger than some Super Bowls.
Yeah.
So yeah,
does that count? Are they counting streaming numbers too?
I have no idea. I have no idea how they do it now. I know it's always been
because
BS.
they got everybody. they ran the Ponzi scheme and got everybody to pay the $30 a month for ESPN when they had the whole net.
I held out.
I keep forgetting to adjust my account, and then I see it and I get mad, but I'm like, I'll get to it. It's that game that I purchased that damn package. If you know, you know.
Yeah, no, I did the Sling Day Pass. It's $5 for a day pass, man. You got your ESPN.
They had Texas fans scrambling that day.
Found it out, man. Found out how to do it that day. Found out how to do it, but no, and I held out for YouTube. Now YouTube TV says they're getting their multi-view to have you can do anything in it now. I think they're like all sports to be in there, because I know there was things like Fox and ESPN couldn't be, like there was certain things that couldn't be on the same ones for whatever
multi-view
reason.
has really improved my marriage. Like,
yeah,
it's done wonders for the marriage, right? Like, we can both be in the same room, and because my wife likes football, but she doesn't like the amount of football that I watch.
Yes.
But now the other day we had first 48 on the screen. No problem. My Spurs are right here. Texas basketball is right here. Right. But I'm still hearing, Carol and them might have done it, So now, sometimes it can be sensory overload, but it's really improved the marriage, right? Like for both. We both had this conversation the other day. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I think that's good. Mine is improved me and my degenerate friends laying down lineups and bets and everything. And then he was like, we gotta have all, because I had a friend that whenever I go over his house to watch games, I would bring multiple screens with me. Like he had a really big screen TV, but I would bring over
back then. Damn.
I would bring other screens with me to be like, dude, we're not just watching one game. We got to have multiple games on and keep up with everything, right? So I did that forever. And then one time he has me over and he's put 2 new screens up in his house, where he put these like little screens up on the sides of the big one out of the big, TV stand bookcase thing that you have now.
Mm-hmm.
And he has these 2 other TVs now that we have the other games on all the time. And you're like, yeah, man, you gotta have it. And so every party he's gonna be like, Patrick, you better get here because you're my AV guy. You gotta come in.
The AV guy, the AV plug, literally.
You guys
Joe K and ATX, he said, I've watched every Texas football game and have paid $0. I love pirate internet video streams. I thought they shut down crack streams, brother.
There's other ones.
Oh, there's other ones?
There's other ones. And if you do it well enough, there's people I know who do it well, and then they find like really, like I guess you talk to enough people or whatever, and then you find
something reliable.
And you find some reliable. I used to do it for like UFC back in the day.
Yep.
And that stuff I would try and do it. And every time
boxing as well. Mm-hmm.
Every time it'd just be like punch, freeze. And then he'd be froze right there. And then when he finally comes back up, they're just in the ring and this fight's over. And you're like, oh,
it never buffered between fights.
No.
Have you noticed that? It never buffered between fights. Once we in the ring, all of a sudden we on 97% for 35 seconds.
No, and that's like I try to be the change you want to see in the world, Steven. So in the world of capitalism and what we live in, I try to support products that I do want to succeed because I would like to enjoy to watch them. So I do try to support things by spending money in the right areas to go. Like if everyone just pirates movies, then no more movies ever get made. Or if everybody just pirates TV shows don't get made. If you just all steal. So like there's things where it's like, and it's easier now because you can find like more specific things that you enjoy and support them more directly. So you're not just saying, here, Google, take my money or whatever else. So it's easier to do now in a lot of things. But I try to implore, spending at least some money in the right places, because otherwise the content will not exist anymore, because if there's no money, and so
I do the same as well. I have not pirated in many, many years. If I did, allegedly. But I just want to say that I support everybody as well financially with my dollar.
Yeah, no, it is. It's, and now it's different because there's also some things you're like, well, I kind of want to see this, but I do not want to support it in any way or fashion. And I've gotten better as I got older. Now I'm like, I just won't watch it, and it'll be somewhere. Someone will tell me what happened, and I don't need to see it. But I do not want to support this awful organization. But I'm kind of curious. Like the Jake Paul fights are much better. It's on Netflix, because you're like, even Netflix got its own problems, but I can at least be in Netflix and not be just handing money directly to Jake Paul. I'm a fan of that. Yeah, and Sling TV is Sling is partially owned by Disney now. And then,
nasty work. I get,
I think maybe Hulu's owned by Disney. Everything's owned by Disney.
Everybody.
Own everything.
But it's not a monopoly.
Somehow it's not a monopoly. And, we can bitch and moan about student athletes, but the guy who invented the term said it was a legal loophole and it was a bullshit term when he made it up. He was like, no, this is a way we could basically enforce not paying them any money. The only way we could get away with it was calling them student athletes.
I also want to say to the student athlete point about the classes and grades and everything, a lot of this did come from the Carson Beck interview pregame. And what he said was, I think I know what he was actually saying.
I did too.
I really do understand what he was saying because he did graduate. He does, but you can take graduate courses and be enrolled. But we got to understand that Miami they played last semester. And it has carried over into the
question
second
was,
semester.
Steven, did you go to class on Monday or something to that effect?
Right.
And it was like, no. And you know who else didn't? Michael Taff. Because he's going to the NFL.
He's going to the NFL. Why would he be enrolled in
why
classes
I bring that up?
in the second half?
I like Michael Taff a lot, and I don't really care for Carson Beck. But I will say neither one of them is taking classes this semester because they're getting ready for the NFL, which they should be. And so the question was phrased, and then it got ran with, and it was run by people who just want to make everybody hate everything. And so I got annoyed about it and ranted about it the other day.
That's the problem with Twitter in particular and just social media in general, though, in those situations is there's no time for thought.
Yes.
Right. Or to actually process something. We always have to I'm guilty of it just as much as anybody else. Right. But that's what we've been conditioned to do. And so I do try to, when I'm on platforms like this and we are talking, I do think it is important for us to provide context, right? Like, he would not be in class in January. The only people that are going to be in class are the underclassmen.
Yes.
Right. He's going to be in Mobile, Alabama, I think, for the Senior Bowl. So is Ruben Bain. Those guys were never going to be enrolled in classes in TH. Anyway, we can move on.
No, but but I'm with you. And it's turned out to be that those comments were taken. And then I was like, because basically when they happened, I was like, something's not right with this because they wouldn't just let that slide for.
No.
They took it as I haven't gone to class in 2 years, which I'm like, there's no way that's the case. Because the NCAA would have said something about it before then.
And you can look up if he's enrolled. Like, I'm not saying we can, but like there's people in the program and people that cover the team. That's not a hard thing to debunk, Yeah. But there's no way I would expect him to be enrolled in any classes at Miami in 2H. He is still playing from the fall season.
Yes. Yeah. He was enrolled in classes in fall.
And
he may have
fall sport.
Yeah. So I'm with you. I saw it. It was frustrating because it was like it took me a day to figure it out though, because I was like, I don't know what he's saying. Like, what is it? And then I went, oh yeah, it's January. And it was literally like I walked past something. I walked past a school when I was walking my dog, and I was like, oh yeah, it's another semester. I'm 40. I don't think about that anymore. So in my head, I don't put it that way. And look, online classes are fine. Take whatever you want. Look, it's all been a racket for forever. Like the Coach Calipari stuff of him ranting and raving because his teams can't win. It's been a fraud forever. It is since the 90s, at least, probably the 80s, maybe the 70s. I wasn't there, so I can't tell you. I can tell you from the 90s, there has been people being paid off to play football, play basketball, play every sport. People have been taking no classes, had people take classes for them. All of that has happened nonstop forever in college sports because winning is all that matters. And if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's been that way forever. So we can get mad as we want, but understand nothing is different than what it's always been. It's just way more out in the forefront. And that's
in front of your face now. That's the only difference.
Yeah. It's like nobody cares about eating hamburgers, but if they did the cow in front of you, you would be like, this sucks a lot more.
Patrick, I had a guy that I played high school football with that was very, very good. He was an all-state player. I was a freshman when he was already a senior, and I remember he came back. He was on Nick Saban's first national championship team at LSU. And he came back to school because there was a tradition we used to have during one of the breaks. You would come back. It was always the people that just left college or whatever would always come back. And not only was he a freshman on that team, but he actually got to play in the national championship game on special teams. and he came back in a freaking Corvette, like a night, like something super, super nice, right?
Yeah.
This is somebody that did not have a vehicle, you know, that what didn't
Fire.
come from, I know where he lived, all that, like came back, you know, earrings, everything. All right. And he was, and you know what, my man deserved it. He made it to the league. He was a good player, but like, that's been the game, guys. That's not as long as you've been a fan, that's the game's been played longer.
Yeah. No, and like, I mean, that's what we talk to my man Rob Babers. We do the show and he go, I wish I would have taken money. Because I wish I would have. I didn't know it was a thing. I just wanted to play. He goes, but I can tell you what the bag looks like because I've seen it. It's like, I never took any, but I can tell you what the bag looks like. Yeah, no, it is. And I believe you're supposed to take 9 hours of classes a semester. I believe is what the minimum is for being a college student athlete. I believe it's 9 hours. So it's basically 3 classes a semester that you're supposed to take. Which, again, if you're taking one that is basically not a class, one that you get a tutor that helps you do a lot of, and then you have like one class where maybe you have to show up every once in a while. It's really not too bad. But especially the basketball players, like, of course they're taking online classes. They're on the road constantly.
Guys, think of the logistics alone, right?
Yeah, like, I mean, they go to Kentucky. They leave for Kentucky on Tuesday.
Baseball as well. Baseball
as well.
Like, insane amount of travel.
Yeah. So the online classes and, you know, trying to figure out the scheduling of doing them all and your homework and all that stuff, you have to be a little bit more online for how much. I mean, the Big Ten alone now, you're talking about you go to Cal and you got to, or you go to USC and you got to go up to Michigan. Like, yeah, it would help to have an online class.
Mm-hmm.
It would help to have an online class. Yeah. No, yeah. Rod, I mean, Rod didn't take the money. Rod didn't, but he said he knew what the bag looked like. But yeah, it's so I always kind of get lost at it at a point where it's like, I get it. And John Calipari has been that all season long because they haven't been as competitive at Arkansas that he wants to be. And just all season, he goes and rants and raves. We're going to get into Texas and Kentucky in a minute, but Mark Pope said after the game, he was asked about it, and he goes, look, I get it. He goes, he's like, everyone's trying to win. It's what you're getting paid to do is to try and win. So I get it. Foley. And I'm like, yeah, that's it. And so, you know, I think it basically his was the NCAA has rules. We should respect them. But I get it. Because if someone comes to me and goes, hey, we got a guy who's going to make your roster way better and he wants to come to Kentucky, I'm probably going to say, okay, let's go get that guy who played in the G League. Let's go get that guy who played Euro basketball for 2 years.
Right.
Let's go get that guy. It's if it's going to help me win, I'm going to do it. And Calipari just wants to keep, and he keeps being like, Calipari keeps doing these young, it's these young kids, and we're not, you know, it's really hurting the young kids. And it's like, dude, you paid more players and sent them off in 1 year with no education, no anything else. You can't come in here and tell about now you want development and now you want all this. It's like you were the problem before, and now the problem's out front and you can't do it as well because everybody else can do it. Now you're mad about it. Come on, man. I could fix everything. Yeah, go back to where just you cheat. Cool. That seems like fun for the rest of us. You cheat.
It reminds me of that African president where he's like, I do not value corruption. If you're corruption, it is evil unless I'm involved. And I lost it. I lost it when he said, unless I'm involved.
Involved. That's the way to do it. It's the way to do it. That's John Calipari right there.
That's him.
All right. We're going to take our first break real quick. When we come back, we want to get into Texas versus Kentucky, the game last night. Sean Miller's post-game comments. I don't know if Steven has been here for one of my rants on Sean Miller yet, but I don't think I'm going to rant too hard, but still just disappointed. Sean Miller, disappointed every time. We'll get into all that. NFL awards finalists were released, so we'll go through and see who we think is going to win those awards, who should win, who we think is going to win. And whatever else you guys want to talk about in the chat, in the text line. Also, Dallas has a new defensive coordinator as well. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well here in hour two. But we'll be back in 2.5 minutes to get into that here on Open Gym.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for Olipop. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but Olipop is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, Olipop tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up Olipop at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's Olipop, a new kind of soda.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Stephen Nagati from Fanatic Perspective today, filling in for my man, Matt Galatzan. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line is open, 512-222-9328. And over there on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Randy over here admitting to violations, NCAA violations. Terrible.
All right.
And Hair the Dog, I'll breathe. This will tell you, Steven. This is what they know now. I got upset a couple times about Steve Sean Miller.
I need to go find which game was it? Was it the
I don't it's always
game?
a post game comments. I'm gonna get mad about in this one too. Post game comments every time. And then and CB being the best volunteer producer in the history of Austin Sports Radio, with the Ravens, hiring Jesse Minter as their new head coach.
All right.
Staying with a defensive mindset for the Ravens, trying to bring that in. Can't imagine that's what Lamar Jackson really wanted. But rumors are Lamar Jackson's high on Cliff Kingsbury as the new OC.
Yeah, I think the OC is that will tell you everything you need to know.
So if they hire Cliff Kingsbury, the rumors are that Lamar Jackson wants Cliff Kingsbury, which all right.
All right. Cliff just got to go up 95 a little bit then.
I mean, I don't know.
Baltimore.
I guess Cliff's had some good years in him that he wants to, I guess.
Cliff is like the better upgraded Greg Roman, where if they have the right mobile quarterback, they'll cook the first year. And then after that, the milk goes bad very quickly.
Yeah. Exactly. The milk does go bad very quickly. Which, by the way, everyone who buys all the perishables as this winter storm is coming, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure is a day. It's like at most 36 hours, right? And I know we're all worried the power is going to go out, but the power goes out. You shouldn't buy perishables, right? I don't want 3 gallons of milk. I get water a little bit more. Water I get because of playing I get that one more. Even though if you're buying 10, you're a jerk. But you get your own. I'm fine with that. But like all the milk and eggs, like you're not gonna put them out in the freezing weather, are you, to keep them cold? Because then they'll freeze. I don't get it. So if you're worried about driving, it's not supposed to be under freezing for more than like 24 to 36 hours. So the roads will all thaw and we'll be back in the game. But who knows? I've been wrong before, Steven.
I think we're going to get hammered a little bit more when I get back to Dallas than you guys will hear. But
yeah,
same type of panic and nonsense. I was on the family group chat today, and they're like, "Y'all need anything from Costco?" My wife's like, "Nah, we good." Respect.
No, yeah, it was packed. I mean, I went today. There was parked all the way on the corner, and they were parked up in the. It's just ridiculous. I'm just going in there to get my normal stuff. I go to HEB like twice a week because I'm just like getting the same kind of things over and over, but I only get a few days worth. I get a couple and I get more, but I'm like, it's just going in. And everything I needed was still there, so I was good to go. The only thing is like lunch meat. I had to get a bigger pack because the smaller packs were all bought up. Panicking, got to get their lunch meats ready for people just freaking out all the time.
There's somebody in a third world country listening to us right now, just like that guy, just venting about having to get a bigger pack of lunch meat.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous.
God forbid.
God forbid. It might go bad. I don't want it to go bad. I get a smaller one. It won't go bad. I don't want to waste food. Try not to have food waste, Steven. I'm trying not to waste food. I'm trying to be proactive for the people around the world that I don't waste any food. So I don't buy too much because then once I have too much food, this is how my brain works. So I've been trying to lose weight. And then when I have too much food, then I don't want any of it. So I have to be able to keep picking more food for me to then actually be excited about eating.
Psychology.
So 3 days worth is all I can do. So like 5 days worth. And I'm like, by Friday, I'm done. I'm so annoyed by this. Time to get a pizza. So I've been trying to get it in sections, right? It's all being 41 and being like, why can I not lose weight? So I've been doing that. And it's working so far. So we're good with that. But but it is. But yes, I go to the store like, once, twice a week. Not too bad.
Now you've just turned the chat into your accountability group moving forward.
No, I'm good. I'm down like 55 pounds, something like that. So I'm working on it, trying to get things done. All right, let's talk a little bit about Texas versus Kentucky yesterday. This is a matchup, Steven, that I wasn't necessarily thinking was going to be that great for Texas in the first place because they do have the size. They have similar athleticism to Texas, and they do have a lot of size as well. I think Sean Miller's game plan going in was once again really good. Run them off the three-point line. Run them off the three-point line. Just don't let them get open threes. Run them off that line. And you'd be surprised. All these new coaches and all these guys that love analytics that are just like threes and layups, that other players freak out until they call a timeout and they go, you're allowed to shoot in the mid. Like if they have a big man in front of you and they're not even guarding you from 10 feet, shoot from 10 feet.
Right.
But it took a little bit for Kentucky to kind of figure that out. They come back, you fight back and back, tied at halftime. Not exactly the game you want because Texas would have liked that game to be a little bit more defensive, I think, because a lot of that was Texas being able to score pretty well in the first half. Definitely not from three. And then in the second half, they were not able to keep up. They played roughly the same game. You lose by 5. You put up 40 in both halves. You shot terribly from three-point land, 2 for 18. You had a little bit of a different change to the lineup because Cam Heide got sick right before the game. And so he was on the sideline with a puke bag ready in case he had to throw up again. So he did not play until the second half, ends up playing 8 minutes, doesn't do anything of note in those 8 minutes. We saw a great Dalen Swain game. It's sad that whenever he has a great game, it kind of gets wasted. But outside of that, it was just not necessarily a great performance from anybody. And you need to have more than one guy have a great performance for Texas to win, even against a Kentucky who's not a great team, but a good team. There's not enough good players on Texas right now. The roster is just not there.
Yeah, Swain fouled out too. So
yep,
you go kind of to the post game comments from Sean Miller, and I believe, paraphrasing, but I think he said something along the lines of, we're really good at fouling people.
Yeah,
we will foul the shit out of you. I think that's what he said. We will foul the shit out of you.
Oh yeah, no, I'll play here in a minute. I've got it. We'll play here in a minute.
Okay, thank you. You on point, because 35 free throws, right? And not being able to get stops and the issues we've had defensively, it's frustrating. But I would love to hear that clip.
Yeah, we'll play it in a minute. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Kendall Weaver, though, over there in the chat, Kendall Weaver had one of his best games of the season so far, and I know it's only 14 points, but he was making an impact there where he got to play a few more minutes because of the Cam Heide not being able to play. But here is the clip from Sean Miller after the after the game, where he describes the fouling as a virus.
What our team, and this is a Texas problem, is we have a virus called fouling. And it has plagued us from the opening tip of the first game until tonight. It's not the officials. It's not Kentucky. We will foul the living shit out of you. We will foul a three-point shooter. We'll foul at the end of the clock. We'll leave our feet on drives. We'll reach. You describe the foul, and the team that I'm coaching will commit it. Tonight, we lost. Kentucky was 30 for 35 from the line. It's hard to win an SEC road game when the home team is 30 for 35 from the line. I'm not messing around like the officiating. Officiating was fine. It was called the right way. We fouled. 2 of the last fouls in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes, one at half court, and one like under 5 seconds where you just stay down, and if he makes the shot, he makes it. We have to be able to play defense without fouling. Our team isn't really put together to turn you over. So if you're not turning them over and you're fouling, it really makes it difficult on the defensive end. I mean, if we did a better job of playing, not just in this game, but in some others, of not fouling, we would have a couple more wins under our belt because we're not that far off. So my charge is to continue to work, to develop it, to teach it, to stay on it, and to demand it, and to be more disciplined as we move forward, because I think if we could eliminate some of our fouls, we could break through, for example, in a big game like tonight, because we did some other things really well.
So that was Sean Miller after the game and the fouling. And while I agree, he didn't say anything really wrong there. They do foul too much. Who were the 2 players with the most fouls? It was Dalen Swain, who fouled out, and Lucina Traore. The 2 guys he brought with him, who he coached a year ago. The 2 guys he's supposed to have the best relationship with and coach the most. That's who he's supposed to do. You know who sucks at teaching players? Sean Miller. You keep arguing. It's like he's figuring this stuff out in the post games, where he's like, oh, I'm supposed to teach him how to play defense, not just tell him to. Like, this is the thing. And I know you can't go back to the way you want to go, but to the way it was back in the day. But John Wooden always used to say the first thing he taught his players when they came onto UCLA's campus was how to tie their shoes. It's the first thing you teach them. They go, what are you doing? He goes, because if you screw that up, you're going to screw the next thing up. And you're going to screw the next thing up. So we're going to start here. And I'm going to teach you how to eat. I'm going to teach you how to sleep. I'm going to teach you how to do everything. And then you're going to become what I want you to become. And Sean Miller seems to have walked into Texas going, keep those players that we know aren't good enough to be on this team. Keep everything we know. Chris Ogden, you seem to be doing a great job. You just got the last coach fired. Why would I be worried about it? Let's just come in here and I won't put any work into it. And then I'm going to go through all of last year, 2025, without making any steps to figure out what my team is. And when we start SEC play, I'm going to realize my team's not nearly good enough to compete. And then I'm going to blame it on them. You are paid millions of dollars to coach and teach basketball. We can say this is an AAU problem. that they are not taught fundamentals as much anymore in AAU. And that's the reason why these kids don't realize what they need to be able to do to defensively, to not jump on some of these pump fakes, to not be following guys in. Modest Boykatitis is 7 foot tall. He doesn't need to jump when a 6 foot player comes running into the lane. Stick your hands up, big man. But you can blame that on whatever else. But the fact that they're still doing it, Lucina Triero's 6'10", he's doing it. And he was with you all last year. I get he was hurt, but he was there. Dalen Swain fouled out. He's fouled out twice now. Oh, we lost Steven. My yelling has knocked off his internet. But he for 2 years now, we've seen this, and we got Steven back in here. I thought my yelling knocked you off there. But, this is
no.
And look, and Hair of the Dog, for the record, I don't think Fire Miller. Like, I'm excited to see when he realizes the job he took, what it actually is, as opposed to what it seems what he thought it was. And maybe I'm way off, but it seems like he thought, oh, I can walk into Texas, I'll have a $25 million a year budget, I can buy the players I want to buy, and I can coach up my players, because he is a really good coach. I like his game planning. I like what he does. I think that's what he thought he could do. And he walked in, they went, here's $8 million, go build us a roster. And he went, oh, well, I can't afford any players I want for this. I can't even bring Ryan Conwell with me. And so, and then they go, by the way, we don't have the strength and conditioning system we need here. We have no scouting department here, clearly. We have nothing that we really need to build the program up to what it needs to be a consistent top 15 team. It's not saying the people that are working there aren't good people, but the system in place isn't there. He is brought in to be a program builder, and he seems as if he thought he was coming in to coach up a group of ragtags. The problem is RT was a great coach. He just wasn't a program builder. And so he brought you in to build a program. And RT could coach these guys, because guess what? Our defense would be really good last year. Our offense would just suck. And now our defense sucks and our offense is better. But it's the same concept. It's just more fun to watch a better offense. So until Sean Miller realizes what he's doing, instead of walking back and go, man, these guys are fouling. Who fouled out? The player you had last year. What, did he come to Texas and pick up the virus? Or did he bring the virus with him? Is the virus you and not coaching defense? Is that what the virus is? So I get frustrating. I think Sean should get 4 years. I think Sean has earned the fact that he should get 4 years. Unless we don't make the tournament for 3 years in a row, then fire him. Yes. But I think we'll make the tournament next year. I think we'll make it the year after. And so I'm fine with giving at least 4 years to figure it out.
Class coming in next year too.
Yeah, so I'm 100% not saying fire Sean Miller. I'm saying a thing that I've said about a lot of coaches around the 40 acres before. If you can't evolve with the position, then you have to go. But I don't think he knew what he was walking into, because I don't think he realized that Texas doesn't give a damn about basketball unless you're in the Sweet 16. Like, if you're
I agree.
If you win one playoff in one game, we still don't really like you. Like, people don't go to the games as much. I get people will support this team if the team is competitive. And if they're not, and they're a bubble team like they are right now, it's not there. And so it's just, I think he thought there was going to be way more money that was here, and there wasn't. Because if that roster cost $20 million, then fire Chris Ogden yesterday. If your GM is paying that roster $20 million. And, I mean, we look in this game. Oh, we lost him again. I think his internet's going in and out. We'll figure it out here in a second. But out of everything you've had to put together, it does not feel like he understood what the assignment was coming in. And yeah, it's, you give Shaka plenty of time, and he had some good seasons, some bad ones, but you knew it wasn't really a fit. And culturally, it was never really a fit with Texas. Chris Beard was a whole different situation. And then RT, you never wanted to hire. RT was never supposed to be the head coach of Texas, and a really good coach. He was just too good of a coach that you could have fired him right away. So he ends up getting brought back. But the fact that Cam Heide played in this game and not Nick Cody, and I get they needed more offense, but the fact that you're like, we got to stick Cam Heide back out there, even the guy was puking an hour ago, we're still going to put him out there for 8 minutes because we don't have enough players. and everyone's in foul trouble, and we don't trust Nick Cody enough to put him out there, or Declan DeRue to put him out there. We still play an 8-man rotation with a guy who is too sick to go at the starting lineup. I mean, when we look at that and say, Cam Heide puking, 10 minutes later in the game instead of Nick Cody or Declan DeRue. Like, at what point is this not insanity that we can't even play those guys? They're so bad. There's been no development. They've regressed since Denise come in, because I think Cody's shown that he can do some things. I get Cam out, he can shoot a 3.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they wanted.
And Cody's been inconsistent. And it's also kind of sometimes you start to see some of the biases a little bit of being a little bit harder on some guys more than others, or not giving as much grace to certain players. I'll say that a little lighter. But at the end of the day, I think you hit it early on about some of the guys that are committing some of these infractions and the inconsistencies are his guys, right? They weren't previously of the program. The thing is RT is always going to be connected to Chris Beard and how people feel about however Chris Beard got done, and it gets connected to him. And so RT gets always more heat than he should have. And Sean Miller, it was like, oh, we're going to have this massive, massive uptick and all these expectations. And they're still in the same boat, only offense and flop defense, right? In terms of where they're good and where they have problems. So I think that was well said, man.
Yeah, I mean, you see, the reason I get frustrated is because you kept the roster, first of all. And it's like, why would you keep Jordan Pope and not try and get us another point guard? I don't get that.
And they made that decision early in the cycle.
Very early. And I know they're going
very
like, well, it was quick, but you're like, you got it. But you kept like, he was one of the first guys who came back. And you didn't go, we need to go get another point guard. I like Simeon Wilcher, but that guy has not been able to play in the SEC.
Yeah.
Like, we all like him in non-conference, but he's been very underwhelming in the SEC. And so it's just, it all comes back to, and here's the thing. I don't even think you have to fire Chris Ogden. I think you have to move Chris Ogden, because the only reason he was the GM was because Chris Beard hired him to be assistant coach, and then they had to hire other assistants, and he got knocked off the bench. So I'm not opposed to keeping Chris Ogden on the payroll and I think there's plenty of basketball knowledge and stuff he can help out Texas with. But I do think we need a really good scouting, negotiating mind at the general manager position who has done it at a bigger area than, being the coach of UT Dallas or UT Arlington. I don't know which one. It was UT something that he was at. That Chris Ogden was at. But it's like interesting too is previous Texas assistant Jai Lucas, who was at Duke and was basically in a role very similar to Chris Ogden and how he's handled Duke basketball there in the John Shire era, and then now the success that he's now having as a head coach at Miami. I do think that's kind of the type of basketball person you want building your program, is also somebody that's like in the that people want to poach, that's desirable. Yeah. No. And so it's like, it's just, and so what sets me off is when he comes in the post-game pressers and he goes, you know what? These kids don't know. And I'm like, that's your job. That's your job, is to teach them how to do these things. And when you keep not teaching them, so you brought in this roster, like you brought in Jordan Pope, you kept Jordan Pope, you kept Tremont Mark, which I think you should have kept Tremont Mark. And I appreciate that once he figured out how to use Tremont Mark correctly, Tremont Mark's playing better. Now, Tremont Mark's not necessarily a better player. He has not developed Tremont Mark, but it's been a short time. I'm not expecting his real development line is Dalen Swain is the one guy we have now. What Modest is able to do is another development tick. And then what his guys come in next season, those are kind of the developmental guys you're looking at for a Sean Miller. So there's no grade on his development right now. It's just too hard to do. But you do want to see with Sway, and you go, he's playing well, but he still just kind of makes those young, dumb guy errors. I get that. That's college basketball. But you have to try and fix the ones where he fouls out of these games where he's playing great basketball. And that is incumbent upon you as the coach, not just telling the players stop fouling, because you don't know you're committing the foul when you're committing it. It's not, everything's happening really fast. And you're coming over saying, well, if I don't come over to help and the guy just dunks, I get yelled at for not helping. So I'm going to go over and try and help. And when you do that, you foul. And so it's teaching the better ways of playing defense, which has just not been a great part of what they've done. They've gotten the effort. They've gotten a huge uptick on effort. And Joe, I'm not saying, I agree, they do foul the shit out of him, but it's his job. I don't want to hear the guy bitch about it. I don't want to hear my manager bitch about something that's his job to do. Then freaking do it.
Especially when it's a reoccurring issue amongst different personnel. Well, then at that point, who's responsible for said personnel? Right? It's like being in a class, and if everybody's failing the test, right, and it's 30 kids in the class and everybody failed, at what point do we look at the teacher?
Yeah, exactly. And that's, it just feels, it's over and over again. You know, I get, if you want to, you know, and I get, like, we watched the Tom Izzo thing where he was talking and he's like, no, I hope it pisses them off so they come back and play harder.
I think we can live in both worlds. Like, I don't mind him talking like that, but you're part of the team and our frustration is with the team. And as the head of the team, this is, you know, you got to own this as well.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. And that's, and on the text line, Logan Levick says, I think we need to compartmentalize what Sean is doing and saying, I feel like he's changing culture. And I think I'm seeing the forest. Let's grade him much later in his first season. I'm not grading him. First of all, I'm not like, we're with you. Give him 4 years. I'm fine. Like I have enough respect for Sean Miller and what he's done to say, unless he completely screws it, let's let him keep coaching and figure it out. As far as changing the culture, I'm not as close to the program as I was before. So maybe there's stuff I'm not seeing. From what I've seen so far, he still doesn't feel like he's a Texas head coach to me. Like, it still doesn't feel like he's ever really figured this team out, where he's at, or the SEC plays got him off guard. Everything just feels like he's behind on everything. And
I've heard two things to that point.
Yes.
Number one, he's very respected. He's been a great college head coach already. That's why we wanted to go get him.
Mm-hmm.
But we do need to understand the transition to the SEC, which was the ladder you brought up. That has been, this is the best basketball conference in terms of coaches that he's been in, including, and I know some people may say, well, the Pac-12, Steve, back in the day, the Pac-12, and I respect the Pac-12 back in the day, UCLA, all those teams. This conference right now, this 16-team SEC is a gauntlet for basketball with these coaches. I mean, it's a who's who of guys that, you know, it's really hard to put together the top coaches list because it's become that level of a conference. So it's an adjustment to that. And then I think a lot of people were thinking or hoping that he would be more like Chris Beard around campus and be more engaged and do all the extracurriculars and just be seen. And Sean Miller to me is more like Sark and not even that vivacious. I think that's just his personality. I think he's really focused on basketball and building those relationships with his players. So I don't know how involved in all of that. And if I'm wrong, please, if you guys got examples that we're not seeing on social media.
No, because, but that's exactly the point though, is like, they did want somebody more involved in the program. Again, program builder. And that's what Chris Beard was trying to do, was build everything up to be like, this is going to be a great program. And then RT was never, whether he was that guy, I don't know if he was ever that guy to be a program builder or not. He was not even really given the legs to do it. And then Sean Miller, like, you were the guy that we really wanted to get to be after Chris Beard and help build this and continue on. And that does involve, hey, if you want a more expensive roster, you got to be out there. And you got to be seen as like making this a fun event and making it so all these donors who have season tickets are not selling them off and not coming to games. They're coming to games because they're your buddy and they want to see what you do and they want to be around what you're doing because it's exciting, even if it's not. And Sean Miller plays a much more exciting style of basketball than Chris Beard did. Chris Beard's basketball sucked to watch. It wasn't fun. He subbed too much. He was all about defense, and the offense was abysmal at times. But he had a plan. And Sean Miller, I'm not sure has a plan yet. So I will be happy to see where it goes. Again, this is a long ride because, again, we're saying minimum is kind of a 3-year. Everything falls off the rails, and it's just he's past his prime, and he walks away after 3 years and says, "I'm retiring, man. I thought I was coming to a school that wanted a coach, and they wanted a program builder, and I don't want to do that. I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
I don't see that happening. I see him being able to figure it out in the offseason, but I think he's going to be able to go to CDC in the offseason and go, here's all the things we need. This is where we start. Like, we're not there, but I need 3 more scouts. I need another high school scout, and I need 2 more scouts for the portal. Like 2 more people to get me where I'm ready to go when the portal hits, and we need to play in. I need a better head of my general manager. So give him the president job, give him whatever, because I don't care about the title as much as if Chris Hawkins gonna be called the GM, that's who I'm gonna level the complaints at. Nothing about the guy personally. I'm leveling at that department. That the roster construction is one of the reasons we lose a game to Kentucky, because we had 7 guys who could play in a game.
I want to address
that's insane.
I want to address the Joe K. Sean inherited RT players, waiting to see if his players make a difference. And Joe, I agreed with your point about Sean Miller having that aggression in the press conferences. I disagree completely with the inherited RT aspect. We got to consider now with the portal, NIL, all that, he made these evaluations very early on to keep them on the team. He did not. To me, inherit means you didn't have a choice. He had a choice whether or not these guys would be here next year or not, and who he would keep and who would go, and vice versa. And a lot of these guys, like Patrick mentioned earlier, Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark, Kendall Weaver, he was very public in saying, I got to have these guys. Remember, he had just played against them in the NCAA tournament. Yeah. And that game went down to the wire, in a game in which Texas had led most of that game. He had just scouted and seen these kids. He wanted them. So you can't. This is just like the Terry Bagula, Brandon Bean thing, where it's like, oh, we didn't want that player, or that the board. We had other people on the board, but we had to do right by them or be a team player. And then it's like, you look back and it's like, nah, bro, we got video of you saying this was your guy. You love these guys. You got to have them. No doubt about it. He's our guy. What's the difference?
What was I'm saying? The Keon Coleman video?
Yeah. What's the difference?
Where the ownership literally by the way, Keon Coleman's still on the roster. They just come out and they're like, they come out in that statement and he goes, oh, the coaches were really high on him. It wasn't Bean's decision. And then they cut to the videos. All right, 4.56 40 time could work in our favor because I think he's going to slide to us. Wait a minute.
A guy, like, I forgot the other guy who it was on NFL Live. He goes, did this guy just have a touchdown in the freaking last playoff game, in the divisional playoff game? He wasn't even a first-round pick. Y'all talking about him like he's the worst player of all time.
Yeah, nuts. Still on the team. That dude just seeing that pressure will be like,
we've seen so many guys struggle their first couple of years and then break out the third. I mean, look at Quentin Johnston on the Chargers. He couldn't play his first couple of years, and then all of a sudden he could catch. Like, damn, after 2 years.
Yeah. What? No, it's nuts. Yeah, I'm with you. It's I get RT had his flaws of not being the most likable guy to a lot of people, or not being able to instill confidence within the fan base. I get that. As somebody who watched the games, he had a pretty good defense, and the offense was pretty hard to watch. And that's literally what we're watching now, is a pretty good offense, and the defense is pretty hard to watch. Because the offense, the ball moves around a lot better, but then, I mean, all of a sudden it just falls completely apart the same way Rodney's defenses would. And you're like, so when you're allowing 85 points in a game, that's not where you want to be. When Texas is playing better, when they're beating Vanderbilt, that's really where you look at Texas and you go, okay, well, now you're in a world where you can hold their defense, you can hold them down and score some on your own point. That's where you have the ability to win these games. But not trying, if you're trying to try and win these games above 80, it's going to be a lot of pressure, because you're going to have guys that are going to get more and more tired as the season goes on. as they're only playing 7-8 man rotations, having to hit threes late in games. And their legs are just going to get more and more tired. It just is a problem that the roster's not there. And as much as we want to blame whoever for it, these are a lot of guys. These are Sean Miller decisions to keep. It's not like Sean Miller came in super late to the hiring. Sean Miller got knocked out the next weekend. He was at Texas before he was at Texas well before the tournament was over.
Can we address something awkward?
Yeah.
If we're talking about inherited RT's players, who was the GM under Rodney Terry?
It's Ogden.
Right. And so that means, did you choose to keep him around? Right. Like, does he have say in who the GM is? I would think the basketball coach would have a lot of say in who the basketball GM is. So if he signed off on that, now again, I don't know. I'm just asking a question.
No, I'm with you because that's my question. Because if I see all the players that were there, then it's Chris Ogden's rosters both here. It's either Chris Ogden's rosters both here or Sean Miller wanted to keep RT's players. But there's really no other ground because there's zero world in my brain where RT had more power than Sean Miller does. Doesn't exist to me because I know that CDC wanted Sean Miller a lot. And I know that season working the games when RT came in and started running it, I was there the day when it happened and everybody was like really shocked about everything. And RT came in and we started winning games and we got that run. And we're talking to other commentators and, you know, the guys from ESPN and all of that. And all of them are like asking us, why the hell have y'all not hired RT yet? They're like,
that was a big talking point, even well into the tournament when Dick Vitale, famously went on a rant about that on air.
Everybody, and they're asking us, they're asking Craig Way and Eddie Orrin and me. They're going, what the hell? Like, what is going on here that you have not hired this guy? He's blatantly doing a great job, and everyone around the country can see it. And the reality was CDC wanted to hire a program builder, and that was it. And he didn't feel Rodney was that guy to instill the confidence. I get that. It's a valid answer for an athletic director at the University of Texas. Valid
Especially
answer.
in a new conference, a lot of changes.
The fact that he gets blamed for things that were never like really given to him or anything else always rubs me the wrong way. That they're like, well, he didn't do it. And like, he had no power. He was trying to coach a basketball team. And Sean Miller went, well, that's just a guy who's a coach. So I'm just going to be a coach.
This wasn't Sark's. Wasn't Sark 5-7 his first year? Can't we give Miller some time? Let's not forget we were on Sark's bumper in 2021 after that season.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't act like there wasn't smoke. Don't act like everybody was team patience after that. That actually put pressure on the program and exposed some things. The blessing that came out of 2021 was the get off the bus Bo Davis video from Iowa State. Mm-hmm. That's what really started to get people to understand, okay, he's got to get poison out of here because this ain't even about talent or football anymore. This is about people that are sucking the life out of the program and aren't serious. So, but at that time, when we were losing those games that season, when we blew a lead and Sark couldn't keep up, you remember he would be up 21-0 the whole season, and then he blew the Oklahoma game. We were on his bumper. Don't act like nobody said fire, but we were saying, hey, you got to get this together.
No, if we all remember how many all gas, no brakes jokes we all had. There was
all over.
hundreds of them.
All
just
over.
Everything about the car and the no gas and all these, everything. But yeah, I mean, that was, I think Tavondre Sweat was one of them.
He admitted it in a post-draft interview. Very smart on his part.
Man, wait till the post-draft. No, but I mean, there's also a little bit of a difference in how football and basketball work. Just overall, in that football's changing more to be more and more like basketball. You do only get 1 or 2 years to develop guys now, but basketball has always been you get a very finite amount of time to develop your players, and so you have to teach them as much as you can and get them going as quickly as you can because you need your 1 or 2 year players. So when I bring up the John Wooden thing earlier, I get we're not in that world of 4-year players and your seniors are taking your, going up there, but you still have to go, all right, how can we expedite where I can find out where my guys are fundamentally, instead of being in January, mid-January, and going, oh, they don't know how to not jump. 7-footer doesn't know how to not jump. Oh, my guys are going in for bad steals, and going, why are you doing that? Let's break that down. Let's figure this out. And fundamentally, what are you doing wrong? You're not playing with your arms out enough. You're playing with your arms in front of you, not your arms out. You're doing these things, and that's what's getting you in trouble. And if you start working on those, you will get better and better. It's, and that's what we say. We'll get into Georgia more tomorrow, but they shot 35 free throws. I figure the Georgia game, it may be 40. Georgia's really good at drawing fouls. They're really good at it.
That's going to be frustrating, man. If that happens, I understand that, but you got to show some corrective action. That's when it really, really starts.
No, I agree, because I think that's partially. I also will say I think that's why he said this now, because he knew we're going up against Georgia, and I've already started the first game planning for that. And holy crap!
That's a good point.
Maybe we need to really let our guys know this is going to be a problem. We can get into it. That may be some of it. And Randy, I'll say this about the portal and NIL for Sark. Sark developed players. Tom Herman did not develop players. Sark developed players, and that was a huge difference. If you look at the recruiting for Sark and the recruiting for Tom Herman, and how many undrafted free agents went out of Texas with Tom Herman, and how many first and second and third and fourth round picks were under Sark, it's player development. It's all that is. Plain and simple. Player development. And it's the biggest by far difference between the two regimes. Tom Herman's not a terrible play caller, not terrible at any of that other stuff. He just never was able to really develop any players.
And to that point too, he wasn't able to, all these guys, he was a good evaluator.
Yeah.
It wasn't that, because the reason, the way he's a good evaluator is look at the last Sunday of divisional football in the NFL, how many Texas Longhorns you saw on the field, all over the place. Malcolm Roach and PJ Locke, all these. Now, some of these guys are even Charlie Strong guys, like Malcolm Roach and PJ. But like, my point is, all these guys, once they got in the NFL, then they got developed, right? Because they're like, whoa, this guy has a bunch of tools. Jordan Whittington, right? Devin Duvernay, like, this is just interesting. Like, they can still evaluate. It's just like you said, the development part, that's the difference.
Yeah, and Hair the Dog, I believe, will be above freezing at noon. So I think we'll be fine with no real ice on the road on Saturday until Saturday evening. I think it's Saturday evening that's really supposed to be bad. So I think that's where we're at. So I think we should be okay, that there will still be some people at the Mood. I know there's going to be people here hoping that their TVs lose power at some point in the game, I'm sure. They're like, well, I don't want to not watch, but if I can't watch, then what am I going to do if I can't watch?
Rats.
Too bad I've got it set up on my DVR already. I'm already going to have to come back to that one. 7 members of the 2017 team are playing in the conference championship games. It's not like I'm just telling you that player development, the difference under Sark is night and day. Because they're both getting 5 stars, and the 5 stars under, like, Malik Jefferson is a perfect example of a guy that you're like, if Malik Jefferson had come along in the Sark era, well, how much better could he have been as a player?
Right.
And it's just unfortunate that the timing wasn't quite right there. But I think there was some really good players that maybe just didn't get developed the same way. And I agree, the portal helps. I 100% agree with you. You need to use the portal because everybody else does. I'm all about that. Totally agree that the portal is not in the NIL helps Texas immensely. Don't want to say that.
And Tom Herman was the coach at Texas in a different world than the world that Sark is currently in.
Yeah. So no, and so I'm just saying the overwhelming biggest thing that Sark brought, and the difference between 5 and 7 is player development. And that goes back to when I talk about Sean Miller. It's like, okay, are you developing players? Are you bringing up that next level? Is Nick Cody coming back next year? I would assume he's going to transfer out now. Like, if he doesn't, hats off to wanting to come back and be a part of it again and learn his lesson and be better.
Yeah.
But, if you have those guys, is Modest coming back next year? And is he going to be better? I think that kind of is, do we want to see the transition? Dalen Swain, we don't know if he keeps having really good games. He's a guy that 100% needs another season. And I know we're not at the end of it, but he 100% needs another season because he could be so much better. And like the fouling problems and everything else, like he's going to not be able to play big minutes in the NBA right now. And if you can't play big minutes, it's so hard to develop in the NBA.
It is, but I think he's being mocked too high.
That's the thing. It's going to be a question of,
And he's like a late lottery, mid or at least in the teens that you would go in that scenario.
Yeah. Because, I mean, look, and the reality, too, of that one is, like, once we lose Dalen Swain, Tremont Mark's going to be gone, too. That portal class next year better be.
Yeah, you're going to have to rely on the portal. Exactly.
Because, good Lord, that is going to be a lot. All right, let's take our second break right here. We come back, we'll talk a little bit of maybe we'll go into a little NBA talk here before we get out. I like to talk basketball with my man Steven here on the show, so maybe we'll talk a little basketball, player meet head of the day, and get out of here on a Thursday afternoon episode of Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. Glad to have him on the show here this week on Thursday and Friday, helping us fill it out here as we wrap up the show on a Thursday afternoon. Randy, Miller's recruiting class is a lot of shooting. So you've got young guys. I don't know how much they'll play. Freshmen that aren't 5 stars have a hard time playing their first season. But they're 3-point shooters. So they may be able to come in, but it's just kind of hard to play 5 stars. Like anyone who's not like amazing, it's difficult. Yes, CB, Steven is everywhere. It's working hard for you.
Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, those kids, those shooting guards, they got to be able to guard somebody. I mean, so hard defensively. That's the biggest transition for them to get on the court and play with confidence.
Exactly. We forgot to talk about this, Steven, though, but the Cowboys did hire their new DC. Christian Parker comes over from the Eagles. where he'd worked in the secondary, was a passing game coordinator for them as well, defensive passing game coordinator, but has helped out with the Eagles for the last couple of years. So in the incestuous world, the NFC East, where Dan Quinn was on the Cowboys and he goes to the Commanders, now the Cowboys are stealing from the Eagles to get there. They had stolen Kellen Moore earlier, so everyone's stealing from each other in the NFC East. And then John Harbaugh is just doing his own thing in New York now. But we do get to see this new GM, and this does feel like somewhat of a breath of fresh air in the Cowboys defensive room as a defensive coordinator.
I think also as an organization, Patrick, this Cowboys organization. So I saw somebody today said, I guarantee you Jerry Jones didn't know who this brother was until they started doing the interviews. He probably had no clue. So this shows you that they actually went through a formal hiring process. This shows you that this is a Brian Schottenheimer guy. When you think about one of the defenses that have really frustrated Dak Prescott the most in his NFL career, one of the guys has been Vic Fangio, and him being a disciple of that of Vic Fangio, specifically their execution of how they coach cover six, big time cover six guy. Go look at the coverage breakdown. So this is a guy coming in. He's only 34 years old. You want to get younger. We had the last, I think, 7 defensive coordinators were white men over 60 years old that were former head coaches that were washed. Okay. Lane's daddy, the way, all these dudes, may he rest in peace. But we are finally getting some youth and trying to get ahead of the curve, just like we did with our offensive coordinator hire in Clayton Adams last offseason, where you could tell that was more of a Brian Schottenheimer move. So now this is his staff, and I want to see how they build out the defensive staff with this young man, because he hasn't called plays before. He is going to be new. So I think it's important to build out, get a great D-line coach and build out the rest of the group behind him.
Yeah, because I think, we saw in the Mike McCarthy era, there is always this world of you want to have experience. You want to have a lot of, you want to be able to have guys who know what they're doing, but you also do want to bring in young, fresh minds and people who are willing to work hard. Because sometimes the 60-year-old guys that have done it forever have a way they do things, and they don't necessarily need to do all the work anymore. And this is in any job you have. If you have someone you work with who's over 60, there will be points where not all of them, but some of them will refuse technology. And they'll go, it was better when we did everything by paper. And you go, but it wasn't. It worked, but you had to have 20 more people involved. And it's fine, but there's a reason why it's done this way now. And so you want to bring in new people that are able to continue to grow. And so, but you need to have both sides of it. So you want to have some veteran leadership. I always complain the Texans don't have enough veteran help on their staff. They always hire the new and upcoming guy. The Cowboys were on the other end of that spectrum. But I think you're 100% right that this feels like Brian Schottenheimer, again, being a more younger guy coming in, wanting to show what he can do, has found a way to do enough work to make Jerry Jones listen to what he's saying.
Yes. That's a big deal.
Instead of just being like, hey, wait, why don't we look over here? Walking in and go, here's 7 candidates that I like. And Jerry goes, okay, well, now there's 7 people and I get to pick from there, and you can sell them that way, as opposed to Jerry going, well, we Googled best coach 1937 and we pulled up this guy's name. He seems like an up and comer.
Yeah. It's always been like this family run operation. And it's like, well, this guy worked for us 10 years ago. We like him. Let's bring back Flus, and then we like this guy over here. He was dope back 20 years ago. Let's bring back Coach Zim. Let's bring back, then Rod Marinelli, and just Mike Nolan getting hired because he was cool with Mike McCarthy and had, when he was a head coach, he made Mike McCarthy his OC, even though Mike Nolan had been washed, right? So at least we get this aspect of it. Feels like they really vetted. They knew what they were want to look in terms of identity, what type of coach, and then interviewing and going through, because we heard a lot of names, Patrick, that were mentioned for Cowboys DC. A lot of names got thrown out. And so I heard this young man just blew him away in the interview process, which is how it should be.
No, it's exactly what it should be. It should be that instead of, hey man, Dan Quinn is a fun hire, but again, Dan Quinn was kind of the more obvious hire at that point of a former head coach.
That was the best hire they made for sure.
And you went, Quinn. Okay, this guy is a super sought after defensive coordinator. So if you're able to get him there, you can go get it, and he gets a head coaching job out of it. So that one works. But outside of that, yeah, you had a bunch of, and you just keep changing it. You're also hoping that you can bring him in and there will be more patience within the fan base because it is a younger coach, which I know the Cowboys' patience is not going to be a
younger
lot.
Coach that's also trying to overturn and develop and grow not just the 32nd ranked defense in the NFL this year, but the third worst defense in the history of the NFL in DVOA since they started tracking sacks. Okay. And the two teams that were worse each only won one game that season. That's how bad your defense was. So we got to have some grace. Now, I think there's a lot of turnover they can do. And I think another reason why he got hired is the Cooper DeJean development and the Quinyon Mitchell development.
Yes.
He was able to get young players playing at a high level rookie season. So the Cowboys are going to have to, with 2 first-round picks, be on the lookout for that as well.
Yeah, they're going to draft O-line and O-line, by the way. I know no one wants it, but that's all.
Hey, I thought we were going to hire another ex-head coach that, like Rex Ryan or something, man. So,
it'll be better than
coming.
Who was it they drafted that Mike McCarthy was like clapping for in the room, or that Dan Quinn just overpowered him to get a guy? I can't remember. Was it Micah or somebody? But I don't remember. But Dan Quinn was trying to get somebody, and he's like talking to Jerry, and then they just show Mike McCarthy. He's like, dude, I need a head coach that wants to care a little bit about what his roster is.
Big Mike trying to be the next Big Mike in Pittsburgh.
Seems such a bad idea. But it's
very
possible.
Baby.
Like you get Brian Flores, and then you feel like you're not changing much, but it feels like a good spin on it, and a fresh face in there at least. Or you can go get Mike McCarthy in. Yeah, it's better than Stefanski in Atlanta. Free Bijan, man. Free Bijan. Let's get to our meathead of the day. A couple of clips here about CJ Stroud here. First off, we had Dan Orlovsky apologizing directly to CJ Stroud. Dan Orlovsky made the comment that 31 other quarterbacks could have won that game. He has now apologized for this.
I saw the apology.
I want to go back to Monday morning, because on Monday morning after the Patriot-Texans game, I went on and said, Houston wins that game with 31 other quarterbacks. I want to publicly apologize to CJ Stroud. I crossed the line. I don't ever want to do that in this role. When I started 8 years ago, was making the commitment, never go on TV and say, well, they won because the quarterback played good, or they lost because the quarterback played bad. And so I've been called out on it. Accountability, full stop, shouldn't have done it. There's ways for me to say that in regards to CJ Stroud did the one thing he couldn't do, and that's why they lose the game. I don't want to take away from New England's defense as well. So full stop, that wasn't cool of me, and that was wrong of me. Different way for me to communicate that. On to New England right.
So that is his way of apologizing without saying he was wrong. Which, by the way, I get it. Like, I get that people want to do that. That, like, people want to. Davis Mills would score 0 points in a game against that Patriots defense. Like, I think Davis Mills is a great backup. That offense was awful with him in there. It was bad with CJ Stroud, but it was not. It was awful with Davis Mills in.
One day you guys need to solve your offensive line problem, but that's another conversation.
One day we should hire a real coach, like a real offensive coordinator, instead of hiring friends in Nick Casario that are tight end coaches. Maybe we should do that, but not today. We're apparently going to do that. But Derek Lewis, Stephen, has another idea of what the problem is with CJ Stroud.
Would you like to see the Texans make for next season?
I guess we got to see what's going on with CJ. I think ever since we seen him show up with Amber Rose at the softball game a few years ago, and Kim Kardashian and all that, and I'm like, damn, it might be like a curse for him.
Damn, Lewis throwing it on the women. Which the story of Amber Rose was they were leaving a celebrity softball game, and then they said there was dating rumors. And then Amber Rose like, no, he drove me back to the hotel because the shuttle missed us. So I missed the shuttle. So that's what she said happened. He was also seen in a suite with the Kardashians at a time, but he's not been dating any of them either. But I just love the Derek Williams. I just like Derek Lewis. He's hilarious.
He is hilarious, and that is hilarious how CJ can never shake the allegations there.
Never shake them. Steven, thank you for joining us. You're going to be back tomorrow, but tell everybody where they can find you again over at Fanatic Perspective.
Yes, sir. Fanatic Perspective on all platforms, Fan Perspective. And starting in the month of February, I was previously a contributor at Bleacher Report, but starting in February, we'll be doing off-season content over on Bleacher Report for the Texas Longhorns football team. So thanks for having me on, Patrick. I look forward to tomorrow.
I appreciate you. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.